When should I turn my video on? This is Jean.
You can turn it on, I think, as soon as when I introduce you.
Got it. Thank you.
Sure.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back for day 2 of the NIHHIS National Meeting. I'm Hunter Jones, the Program Manager for the National Integrated Heat Health Information System, NIHHIS. I'll be co-hosting the sessions today, along with my colleague from EPA, Victoria.
Thanks, Hunter. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. We're so glad you're here. Today will be another exciting day. I'm Victoria Ludwig with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency headquarters. I manage our heat island reduction program and thrilled to be here. Just want to start off with a little recap of yesterday, some takeaways. Yesterday, we were honored to hear from heat resilience leaders at the White House, at several federal agencies, and also from Congress. Yesterday, we were also thrilled to have representatives from various sectors, the research community, local government, and community serving organizations regarding the disproportionate heat impacts experienced by some populations, something we all are aware of. Some of the takeaways that I had from yesterday, which I think really was a brilliant way to start off this 3-day meeting. Several presenters spoke to the issue of historic redlining and the detrimental effects it had and is still having on people of color and low-income individuals. So that's why I think we still have a lot of work to do on equitable resilience and also community engagement to make sure that we're reaching people that are the most at risk to the impacts of extreme heat. Another takeaway I had was that several presenters pointed out the importance of, and this was something that I often forget, the importance of not just focusing on heat waves and extreme heat days, but also realizing that a lot of the heat impacts can occur on moderately hot days. Humans are just very vulnerable to heat. So we need to remember that heat is both an acute and a chronic problem. Those were my takeaways. Hunter, did you have any that you wanted to point out?
Yeah, those are great takeaways. I also noted that there were a lot of research gaps that were identified. For example, understanding the physiological response of a wide range of individuals to heat, such as pregnant people and heat acclimatization in different working populations. We heard about understanding the contribution of urban roughness and aerodynamics to the urban heat island effect, and also the use of air temperature in addition to land surface temperature being important. And also the need for social science research on topics like green gentrification. So a lot of really great research questions. We heard a lot about the gaps and some of the impacts that heat was having, but on a positive note, we also heard about some of the things that can be done and that are being done to address heat and its impacts. And that's why I'm pleased that today, the focus of the presentations will be on science, innovation, and research. We'll also have a special session at the end where we'll want to hear from you, our audience. The NIHHIS lead, Julie Turton, will take us through a quick summary of the strategic plan that NIHHIS has developed, and we'll ask for your input on some of the goals that we've identified. Back to you, Victoria.
I'm back. Thank you, Hunter. Those were some good takeaways. I also think there's a lot of positivity that we can draw from what we heard yesterday, and I think today will be a good day to continue talking about them. But before we get started, everyone, I wanted to just do a little housekeeping, a few administrative aspects that are important to know. Number one, the meeting is being recorded, so we ask all panelists to please keep their mics on mute and cameras off unless you are presenting. And as I just found, try to remember to unmute when you're back on. Additionally, we have live transcription is available at the bottom of your Zoom screen for those who need it. We also have a chat box. Please use it for sharing links to your resources, your web pages, things that are relevant to the topic, but don't go off topic, please. We also will have Q&A function during some of the sessions. So be thinking about questions as those sessions go along. And never fear, we do have a break today. It is from 1:45 p.m. until 2. So those are the housekeeping. Let's get started with our keynote speaker. I am very honored to introduce my esteemed colleague from EPA, Jean Briskin. Jean is currently the Senior Policy Advisor to our Associate Administrator for Policy at EPA headquarters. In Jean's nearly 40 years of experience, she has led a wide variety of programs and policy development, ranging from limiting lead in drinking water to preventing and adapting to climate change. In particular, Jean was instrumental in standing up a series of our voluntary greenhouse gas prevention programs that were very innovative for the time and still are. And she also led the agency's initial work, believe it or not, this is so cool, to understand and combat heat islands, my favorite topic, as an important part of preventing and adapting to climate change. So she brings a lot of insights from her years at EPA. Thank you so much, Jean, for joining, and I'll let you take it away for your keynote remarks, please.
Great. Thank you so much, Victoria, for the introduction. I'm so happy to join everybody here today. I'm thrilled for EPA to again be part of this important national dialogue on real-world solutions to protect Americans from the impact of extreme heat, impacts that could completely change life as we know it. Thank you to the NIHHIS co-lead agencies, NOAA and CDC, and the National Planning Committee for bringing the federal family and our partners together for the second time to continue what we started last year. EPA is a proud to be a member agency and to contribute to the advancement of NIHHIS's important work. EPA is also pleased to co-chair the Biden administration's interagency working group on extreme heat, together with leadership from NOAA and the Department of Health and Human Services. In the past year, through these dual collaborative efforts, the federal government and our partners have made good progress to create a more comprehensive and inclusive approach to extreme heat resilience, many of which are featured in this week's event. While I've been at EPA, as Victoria mentioned, I had worked on the issue of urban heat islands together with our partners from NOAA, and we were exploring, what were the heat islands? How could you measure them? What are some potential opportunities to reduce heat islands, such as cool roofs and pavements and tree planting? And I'm so pleased to see that the research and the information has gone far beyond what we did at that time. We also looked at how ameliorating heat islands could potentially reduce air pollution and provide other co-benefits. At EPA, we've continued to use our core competencies in science and research, environmental justice, heat island mitigation, and climate adaptation to advance extreme heat solutions to protect health and the environment. One example is a recent assessment of the latest science on heat islands and equity. We found documentation showing links between hotter neighborhoods and cities and demographic factors like race and income. Further, some of these discrepancies can be linked to historical redlining practices, as we heard a lot about yesterday. We hope this kind of analysis can help community officials make more informed policy decisions. Another example is our work with 4 communities in the United States to help schools plan retrofits to keep kids safe during extreme heat events. We know that children are at a greater risk from heat impacts than other parts of the population. Because schools are distributed throughout cities, they are convenient and trusted spaces to become cooling centers for students and nearby vulnerable community members. And I'm fortunate to be able to announce to you that just yesterday, EPA released a new report that quantifies the risks of climate change to children's health in the United States. This peer-reviewed report estimates health effects in children associated with extreme heat, air quality, changing seasons, flooding, and infectious diseases. This new resource provides critical information on the many ways in which our nation's children are the front lines of the climate crisis. Moving forward, as part of the Inflation Reduction Act, EPA is establishing a new $3 billion environmental and climate justice program that will allow us to aggressively advance environmental justice and support community-based projects, including those that mitigate health risks from extreme heat and increase resilience to climate change. Later this year, we'll release the first of these funds through grants to support locally led projects that implement real and equitable solutions. These funds are intended to go to community-based nonprofit organizations or partnerships between community-based organizations and Indian tribes, local governments, or institutions of higher education. The goal is to go beyond the analysis and planning stage and provide resources for on-the-ground activities to benefit communities. EPA is excited to continue making real progress around extreme heat, and we're very much looking forward to working with all of you listening today to make this happen. Before I go, I want to tee up the next session. It features 2 of the 10 winners of EPA's Let's Talk About Heat Challenge from last summer. Winners took home $120,000 in prize funding for the best messages to inform people of the risks of extreme heat and offer ways to keep safe during the hottest days. The winners developed innovative approaches, from comic books to radio ads, targeted at vulnerable groups like farm workers, children, construction workers, and medically sensitive individuals. Thank you again for the opportunity to be here today. I'll hand it to Abby Hall from EPA, who worked on the Let's Talk About Heat Challenge, who will introduce our wonderful winners. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Jean. Hi, everybody. I'm Abby Hall. I work with Jean Briskin in EPA's Office of Policy. I support the Extreme Heat Interagency Working Group, with HHS and NOAA, plus our honorary members from FEMA. And I do a lot of direct technical assistance work all around the country focused on overlapping disasters and how to help communities plan for, design, and invest in projects, especially green infrastructure, that can achieve multiple benefits while building resilience in communities to climate change impacts, including extreme heat. I actually worked on the schools project that Jean was talking about, and just in general, I love being out in communities. So today's panel is really fun for me to get to moderate and be a part of. So up first, we're going to hear from 2 of our winners of EPA's Let's Talk About Heat Challenge. So last summer, EPA partnered with NOAA, FEMA, Health and Human Services, along with the Atlantic Council, Georgetown Climate Center, Groundwork USA, and the National Association of County and City Health Officials to run this Let's Talk About Heat Challenge. And the goal was to recognize the great local work happening in communities across the country to create and share messages about the risks from extreme heat and help people know what to do to stay safe. And it was a huge success. We sort of had the sense that there was a lot of great on the ground work around communications happening, and that we were interested in highlighting the different ways that different communities and different geographies focused on different target populations were talking about heat. We received almost 100 submissions across 31 states and Puerto Rico. We had 45 judges from a range of backgrounds help us look across those 97 submissions. And in the end, we selected 10 winners. Today, you get to hear from 2 of our winners. And then those will be followed by 3 climate creators who will share their great work on comms as well. So let's dive in and get started. So we will first hear from Jennifer Dev. She's a communications specialist at Public Health, Seattle and King County, supporting the Climate and Health Equity Initiative in the Environmental Health Division. Previously, she worked in external communications, doing work related to COVID-19 and vaccine equity efforts in the community. And before that, before public service, Jen was a video journalist at Seattle's PBS affiliate station, KCTS9, and its local nonprofit news site, Crosscut, where she covered race and immigration issues and produced series on health equity and environmental justice. Her work has been recognized with several regional Emmy nominations and Excellence in Journalism Awards from the Society of Professional Journalists. So we're in good hands hearing from Jennifer today about the winning Stay Safe in the Heat campaign from Seattle and King County. So Jennifer, if you're ready, I'll hand the mic to you.
Thanks so much for the introduction, Abby. I'm honored to be here. Hello, everyone. Good morning or good afternoon if you are on the East Coast. I am here to talk about a comics project that our team at the Public Health Department of Seattle and King County did, called Stay Safe in the Heat. And I'll just give you a little background to set the scene for this project. I don't know how many of the participants on this call have been to Seattle, but we are not generally thought of as a place that gets hot weather. We are usually known for our kind of cool and rainy disposition. We often get compared to London, cloudy and rainy. So we generally have a very kind of mild, temperate climate. Unfortunately, due to climate change, we are having increasing extreme weather events lately, including extreme heat. In particular, we had a heat dome in 2021 where the temperatures hit as high as 113 degrees in parts of our county. To give you an idea, the average high temperature in Seattle in the summer is around 70. So it was a full 40 degrees hotter than it normally gets, and people were caught off guard. That heat wave contributed to over 150 additional injury deaths across Washington state over 3 weeks, unfortunately. So our community is not prepared for this extreme heat. Most houses and apartments here don't have air conditioners. Our residences are built to conserve heat, not dissipate it. And people who live here aren't used to having to plan out what to do to stay cool when the weather does get into those high temperatures. So our department had a real urgency to get out information on staying safe in the heat. And this is one campaign that we produced to help get this information out. This project was built on local heat health risk research findings from the University of Washington Collaborative on Extreme Event Resilience. This research helped us define who in our region is at greatest risk for severe health problems in the heat. The emergency department data showed there was an increased risk for people who already experienced greater health disparities, especially in communities of Black, Indigenous, and people of color, or BIPOC communities. These communities already have higher rates of diabetes, which in particular are found to be to put people at greater risk for heat illness. And there's also more people in these groups that live in housing that doesn't have adequate ventilation or cooling. More folks in these communities tend to work outdoors, and they also tend to not be reached as well with culturally relevant information. The research from the University of Washington also highlighted how folks who were admitted to the ER during heat events, so they often had existing medical conditions. Many people don't know that their medical conditions and the medications that they take put them at higher risk. So we created these panels that you see here to help explain that. So we included this third panel here that lists the types of medications that make it harder to regulate heat. And we showed how you could have a conversation with your healthcare provider about your risk. So why did we choose to do this in comics? There's a couple of important reasons. One is that visual communication is really important to help those who have lower literacy skills and English language learners. And those were communities that we were really interested in reaching. Comics really lean into the visual information, so you're able to reduce the amount of text. And as a bonus, that also makes it cheaper for translation. So we had this comics project translated into 12 other languages. Comics also help you demonstrate behaviors through illustration. So for example, in that last panel, again, we model what it looks like to have a conversation with your healthcare provider about medications that could put you at greater risk in the heat. So we hoped that readers would model this behavior as a result of reading this comic. Next slide, please. Another important reason to choose comics is that they really adapt well into various digital and print formats. These are a couple examples that we produced. So on the left, these are comic strips that are for use in community and multilingual media outlets. Here you see an ad that we placed in one of our local Vietnamese newspapers. Comics started out in newspapers, so they just naturally adapt really well as print ads. People love to read them. We also produced a mini comic book in 13 languages. These are palm-sized books. The one that I'm holding up here, it's a different comic, but this is the size. So you can see it's really convenient to slip into your purse or into your pocket even. They're kind of inviting. And they're easily printable on standard color copiers. And we also made simple black and white versions. We also did one-page versions of this comic strip that community organizations could simply print out, at home or in their offices and distribute. And then that last panel is an example of how we adapted these comics panels for social media posts and web ads. This is how it displayed on our Instagram profile. It got much better engagement than most of our posts, over 300 likes and nearly 100 shares, so better than our posts normally perform, which is great. So this is just a sampling of the types of ways that you can adapt the comics format. It isn't just limited to this. One of our partners at the University of Washington also made these into a digital flip book with a voiceover. So there's just many different possibilities to adapt these into various formats, which helps you reach different populations on the various platforms that they use to get information. Next slide, please. And lastly, but perhaps most importantly, we also chose to do this campaign using comics because it allowed us to reflect the people we were trying to reach in the images that we showed. So when we were developing this project, we conducted key interviews and got community review to be able to accurately include existing cultural practices that people already use to stay cool when the weather gets really hot. So for example, in this left panel, people in the Chinese immigrant community told us that they often drink winter melon soup to stay hydrated. Shaved ice was another one that we heard. For the middle panel, you'll see that the gentleman is wearing a hat with a kind of a graphic design on it. And the artist actually consulted with staff at a community organization that serves the East African community to get the details on that hat. So it's kind of a very specific, recognizable design. For the last panel, these are examples of where people could go outside of their home when the temperatures get really hot and they might not have air conditioning at home. So we initially had going to the movies as a suggestion for where to go, but our community partners told us that that would likely be too expensive for many of the folks in their communities. So instead, we included the places that they would normally turn to, like the community center or mall or library. So we knew these comics were working well because we received requests from many of our community-based organizations for reprints of the mini comics. Last summer, we distributed over 30,000 of the mini comic books to libraries, clinics, and community organizations. We are planning on running the comics as ads again in many of our community media outlets this summer ahead of the hotter months. And I'd like to end on this one quote from the publisher of one of our local multilingual outlets, the Northwest Asian Weekly. And she told us this when we placed the comics as an ad. "When I read them, it lifts my heart. Whoever wrote the script knows Asian culture well. I can relate to the messages immediately." So that was just good confirmation that we were able to reflect our communities in our messaging. That's the Stay Safe in the Heat project in a nutshell. Thank you so much for your time and allowing us to share this. I will pass it back to Abby.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. And it is so nice to get that feedback, I'm sure, directly that what you developed really works and resonates. And yeah, I love this project. And I wonder, you're fast on time. Just a quick question that came up was, how did you find the artists to do the comics?
Great question. So the woman who spearheaded this, my manager, Meredith Lee Volmer, she has a comics background and she is very kind of embedded in the local kind of indie comics scene here in Seattle. And I believe she was able to source some the artists based on connections that she had.
Great. And another quick question was, have you all ever thought about sharing these with other municipalities, or have you been asked already about using these in other places?
I believe the Washington Department of Health has used these in some of their communications materials, but I don't believe that we have shared them outside of our local region, but it would be nice to be able to adapt them and see them go further. Obviously, I think they're a great resource and the messaging is kind of adaptable to many different areas, not just Seattle. So that's a great idea.
Yeah, and I think, that was honestly one of our goals with the Let's Talk About Heat Challenge was that, there may be similar immigrant communities in other cities and, that hat may resonate in other locations outside of Seattle, for instance.
Yeah, exactly. That's a really good point.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much for joining us today and sharing your good work. And for everybody to know, if you go to the Let's Talk About Heat Challenge webpage on EPA's website, there are links to all of both the work that Jennifer's talking about, the Stay Safe in the Heat comics, as well as all 10 of our winners. So you can go from the EPA page into all of those different local examples if you want to see more about them.
Thanks so much, Abby.
Yeah, and Morgan just popped that link into the chat if you want to go straight to it. Okay, well, let's go on to our next, let's talk about Heat Challenge winner. I'm going to introduce Juvenal Solano, who's originally from the community of San Sebastian del Monte in Oaxaca. He came to the United States in 2001 and worked harvesting strawberries for 8 years. In the last 4 years, he began to get involved in defending his labor rights and that of his colleagues. And that's how he began to work as an organizer with the United Farm Workers, which he served for about 6 years, where he also learned the method of organizing house meetings, a model that Cesar Chavez, co-founder of the UFW, used in his day to organize farm workers in California. In 2014, Juvenal began as a community organizer with MECOP. In his first year with the organization, he led the language access campaign in the Department of Motor Vehicles to ensure that the community that speaks Mixtec and other indigenous languages could take their driver's knowledge exam in their own languages. Juvenal will tell us about the Achieving Resilient Communities Ventura Project Partners winning work. I'll also introduce Ariadne Villegas, is a research associate at the Public Health Institute working on climate and health issues across California. Raised in the Central Valley, her work and advocacy focus on the intersections of climate and environmental justice, community resilience, and capacity building. She's committed to ensure communities of color own and lead on solutions to the climate crisis. I'll hand it over to the two of you. Give you all a second to come on camera and unmute if you're able. Oh, I see you both on camera now. Hi.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Juvenal Solano. I am a community organizer with my CAP here in Ventura County. And first of all, it's an honor to be here presenting about our work with the Achieving Resilient Communities in partnership with Líderes Campesinas, CAUSE, and the Public Health Institute. And I will pass the floor to my colleague Ariadne, and then I will be presenting another charts.
Hi, everyone. So again, my name is Ariadne Villegas. I'm a research associate with the Public Health Institute, and I am based out of Merced in the Central Valley of California, and have been working with this team since 2020. I think we can advance the slides in Juvenal. I think we can move ahead.
Yeah, I will talk a little bit our mission. MECOP is a nonprofit organization that was founded in 2001 here in Ventura County. And our mission is to support, organize, and empower the indigenous migrant communities in the California Central Coast. Right now, we have 3 offices in Ventura, and in Santa Barbara County, we have 1 office. And we recently opened office in San Luis Obispo County, and we have so many programs. I think it's about 20 programs, and one of those programs is the community organizing program, or Justicia Laboral. That I am leading that program, the Justicia Laboral, where we are about to create workshops to inform workers, farm workers, especially farm workers, about their labor rights. Can we go to the next?
Yunwen, if you're on the call.
Yes, of course. Hello, everyone. My name is Yunwen Ibarra. I am the program manager for Líderes Campesinas. We are a statewide network of farm worker women who support other farm worker women. And I would like to share our mission with you all to get a bit of insight on what we do. Líderes Campesinas' mission is to strengthen farm worker women's leadership so that together we're the bridge that achieves social, economic, and political change that ensures our human rights. And we can go on to the next slide. So Líderes Campesinas is a part of this project with MICOP, and we had the support of a technical assistance provider from the American Public Health Association, who supported with the data collection, helped in gathering, analyzing all this data, and present it to the community. They also supported with finding funding opportunities to support the sustainability of our partnership, as well as provided feedback on, all of this work that we have been doing. And this was all a team effort with everyone, with Ariadne and Juvenal and their team. And we were able to do amazing things, and I feel we're going to continue to do them.
Next slide, please. I'm here representing the Public Health Institute, which is based out of Oakland, California. It is home to over 100 programs that work to build community power on some of the most pressing public health issues. And the Achieving Resilient, or ARC project, is a collaboration of multiple of those Public Health Institute programs with the mission of making measurable improvements in community resilience in at least 3 geographic areas in California. And next slide. And so a little bit about the ARC project and how this got started. We're funded by Cigna. Our project began in 2020 in Ventura County in collaboration with MICOP, Líderes Campesinas, and the Central Coast Alliance United for a Sustainable Economy, or CAUSE. Early in the project, our community partners identified that there were gaps in support and protection for farm workers who are on the front line of a climate crisis. And so to better understand these gaps and priorities, we launched a series of focus groups with trusted frontline organizations and farm workers themselves on how the ARC project could build community resilience for climate change for farm workers in the county. And so following these conversations, we actually developed a model focused on community solutions to climate change for farm workers in both their neighborhoods and in their workplaces, which we call the Cool Communities and Cool Workplaces. And through that, we are committed to fostering community-driven place-based solutions, conducting local climate monitoring, advancing climate policy, measurably improving resilience of underserved communities. And since launching in 2020, we have expanded our work to Fresno and Kern County in the Central Valley, and most recently started working in Sonoma County. Next slide. And so, as I mentioned, farm workers became a priority population early on in the project, just given their high exposure to climate change and the nature of their jobs. We also know that farm workers face some of the most hazardous work conditions, and heat exposure and wildfire smoke are some of the most dangerous. Agricultural workers are 35 times more likely to die of heat-related causes than other workers. And so as these extreme heat events become more frequent and severe, especially in areas like the Central Coast, where these past heat events are something that communities aren't ready for, we must work to protect these farm workers in the workplaces. And then just to give a snapshot of the population that we work with and farm workers in Ventura County, during the peak season, Ventura County is home to over 40,000 farm workers, half of which are indigenous to southern Mexico. On average, Ventura County agriculture reports over $2 billion in annual revenue, yet the average wage for a farm worker is about $30,000. And for female farm workers, they can be earning $10,000 less than their male counterparts for the same job. And so we really want to recognize the amazing contributions that farm workers make to feed the nation and acknowledge that there are a lot of compounding effects from climate threats like wildfires and extreme heat. That has been the case during the peak of the COVID pandemic when farm workers were wearing masks and were also working under extreme heat and smoking conditions. And it's also been the case right now with recent flooding in California, which has left many farm workers without jobs. And so because of this high exposure risk and structural barriers to accessing health care and social safety nets, we know that farm workers have limited ability to recover physically and economically from impacts of climate change. And so we're making sure that they're included in outreach and interventions like this challenge. Next slide.
Yeah, as Ariadne mentioned that half of the population of the farm workers are indigenous, especially Mixteco and Mixtec speakers. We created materials to better inform them in very variant cases. For example, we have our Radio Indígena, and also we created pamphlets and also videos to import them in their own languages. Can we go to the next slide? Here we have our community organizers in the Radio Indígena. We have El Campesino y sus Derechos, the farm workers and their rights. Is low power community radio here in Ventura County. We founded this radio in 2014. We started streaming only in internet, and then we start by FM and 91.1 FM, and also we have apps for Android and iOS systems to the workers or anyone that want to hear about the community of farm workers can listen to the radio. In these programs, El Campesino y sus Derechos, we hosted like agencies representatives like Kalosha representatives, labor commissioner representatives, and other agency representatives to come and talk about their resources and how farm workers can reach them. And all these programs are hosted in Mixteco, in Spanish, and Zapoteco, and other indigenous languages. Can we go then to the next? Yeah, here we have this farm worker. His name is Fidel Pánfilo. He's part of our community, of the Achieving Resilient Communities. He is making a video and teaching about how to correctly use the mask N95 NIHHIS, I think is the name of the mask when we have like wildfires. In 2017, we have a very big wildfire here in Ventura County that was the Thomas Fire. And as you see in the photo in my left, we see agriculture there, and so many farm workers still working in the wildfires, and that's why we started to give away a lot of N95 masks to the workers. In 2017, we give away around 11,000 N95 masks to the farm workers, and Fidel are showing how to correctly use the N95 mask. And we go to the next. And also here there's a brochure, is an example of material that the community, the farm workers, committees made by them. Most of them draw a picture. They have like a talent, like an artist to do those kind of material to distribute to their colleagues and other community workers. Can we go to the next? Yeah, is there's I think Ariadne 2 or 3 or 4 digital videos. At the moment we cannot share it here, but I think yeah, Ariadne already shared a link for videos about the one I already told about Fidel, showing farm workers, showing his colleagues how to correctly use the N95 mask, and also other information about the extreme heat and also the wildfire, how to protect ourselves or to protect themselves while they are working in the fields. Next. Yeah, here, can you go, Ariane?
Yeah. Yeah, and then I just want to share that about those digital stories. We partner with Story Center, an organization based out of Berkeley, who worked with members from our farmer committee to develop their own stories. So they created the script and developed the videos and pictures that were featured on each of those stories. This summer, we'll actually be partnering with them again to develop additional videos in Purepecha and Zapoteco, other in languages spoken in Mexico, about the impacts of climate change and health on farm workers. If you could watch them, we really appreciate it, because one of those was actually created by Natividad Eulalia, who was a former member of that committee and who is now a formal part of the ARC team. She's a full-time organizer with MyCop, so it's been great to incorporate her in the success of this project. But we also wanted to talk a little bit about a partnership that we did with the Ventura County Air Pollution Control District to create a more accessible wildfire alert system. And so it was originally launched in 2021 in collaboration with Ventura County Executive Office, the Ag Commissioner, and our ARC partner, CAUSE. The Air Pollution Control District developed a text-based system for farm workers that would alert them when the air quality reached unhealthy levels due to wildfire smoke. And so in 2022, we actually started to work with them on how we could create a better system that would be more accessible for farm workers with limited Spanish literacy, given that this project was created to serve farm worker populations that work outdoors. And so the new audio-based alert system now provides text and audio alerts for free in 4 languages: English, Spanish, Mixteco, and Zapoteco. Anyone who is enrolled receives real-time alerts of when the air quality index reaches above 151 and above 500. And so that's not only important because it tells you about the quality of your air, but it also is consistent with California OSHA regulations that require that employers provide masks for voluntary and mandatory use at those thresholds, and also requires that employers make necessary adjustments to protect their workers during active wildfire events. And so there have been, like a lot of new projects, challenges with the program, including enrolling participants to receive these alerts. Many are distrustful of giving their information to agencies and governments, and we've been able to alleviate some of that and build some trust through outreach we've done. But since launching the program in 2021, there hasn't been a major wildfire event in the area. So with extreme heat and recent flooding events, wildfire has not been at the front of people's minds. However, for the people who have enrolled, I think it has been received very well. People are excited to receive this information in their native languages. And so they're advocating for additional alerts for heat and other climate impacts. And so that is something that we're working with to launch with other agency partners, given that Air Pollution Control District does not do heat alerts. Okay, next slide. Okay, and so I think we're out of time, so I think we'll wrap up quickly, but just, some challenges with outreach and communication. They have been tailored specifically to farm workers and their needs, especially for Indigenous speaking farm workers. So just wanted to give a lot of thanks to, can we go to the last slide, actually? I just wanted to give a thanks and acknowledge the dedication and support for this project and the farm worker community that continues to show up and participate despite their schedules and work demands, and just all the efforts that are made to make linguistic equity possible. So, Juvenal, no sé si tienes algo.
No, I just thank everybody for the questions, and yeah, that's the work we are doing here in Ventura County.
Well, thank you so much, Ariadne, Juvenal, and Yunwen. It's, great to hear about your work. There's so many intersectional issues. I know we're here today about the heat piece, but clearly your work is addressing climate change, all kinds of climate change impacts and health, workers' rights and wage issues, gender disparities, language access, And I'm sure that is what makes the work so strong and successful, is that you're not siloed into a single thing, but really looking at all these connections. So thank you so much for your good work and for sharing it with us today. Okay, now we will hear from 3 climate creators who I think probably are also doing great intersectional work. First up is Elena Wood, who is a sustainability scientist and climate communicator with a background in waste and water quality. Elena is the founder of the climate education platform, The Garbage Queen, where she uses social media to engage young people in science and activism. Elena, welcome.
Welcome. Thanks for having me, and thanks for the introduction. As Abby said, I'm a sustainability scientist and climate communicator who creates short form video content on platforms like Instagram and TikTok on a wide variety of environmental topics. I've been doing this for 3 years now, and when I first got started, I received quite a bit of negative feedback from my scientist colleagues because they did not understand that short form content could be used for more than just dancing teenagers. The reality is, though, that 50% of American adults now get at least part of their news from social media, and that number is only growing as Gen Z and Gen Alpha come of age. Plus, there are various communities across this country that, unfortunately, do not trust the government, but many of them do trust experts in their fields who create content online. And when it comes to communicating things like extreme heat, there are scientists like myself doing that, but there are also meteorologists, environmental scientists, climate scientists, doctors, nurses, public health officials, community leaders, and more. And because of that, I think it's important we recognize the power and reach that short form content has and continue to use it as a tool for effective communication strategies. Now, my channel doesn't entirely focus on communicating extreme weather events, but I have and will continue to communicate around things like hurricanes, floods, heat waves, and wildfires as it becomes necessary. And of course, as climate change continues to roll on, it will only become more frequent and more severe. There are 3 different ways that I decide to communicate around extreme weather. One of them is when my audience asks me directly. I receive dozens and up to hundreds of comments, messages, and emails daily from my audience of over 400,000 people asking me to talk about various topics. So sometimes I will create videos if they ask me directly. Other times I will decide to create the videos on my own based on if I'm seeing it trending on social media, if I'm seeing a lot of news articles about it, or if I'm seeing misinformation, because misinformation unfortunately does run rampant on social media. And finally, I sometimes will create content around extreme weather if organizations reach out to me directly, which includes federal agencies that are on this call. Once I decide to create content around extreme weather, I start with doing a bunch of research. I mean, I'm a scientist. That is my whole job. And that research, of course, is easier when I partner with organizations, since they often will have data sheets or reports available like directly to me. But once I'm done with that research, I start writing scripts. And this is where things differ from traditional communication strategies. I will write the script over and over again until I am confident the vast majority of the American public will understand what I am saying, and it will be engaging enough that they will not scroll away on social media, because unfortunately, people will scroll away if it is not entertaining, engaging, or controversial. After I am confident with the way that I have scripted my videos, I start to film it, and then things differ a little bit again when it comes to editing. I will include lots of graphics like charts or pictures. I will include screenshots of prominent headlines in the news, and I will include memes as well as trending audio clips, because again, in my line of work, we have to keep it as engaging as possible, or else no one will see the information. And I view my content not as a stopping point for learning about things like extreme heat and other extreme weather events, but rather as a stepping stone to becoming more informed. And I do this by including information in my videos, citing my sources, linking to official channels and other trusted organizations at the link in my account's bio, as well as tagging those official channels and trusted accounts in the comments of my video. And one thing I have noticed in particular about TikTok is that more and more people are using it. Yes, all social media platforms are growing, but TikTok in particular is. And there is some good news around communicating things like extreme weather. Just in this last week, TikTok has announced that they will start considering climate denial as misinformation and will take it down, which is very important when it comes to getting the word out about extreme weather events, since videos can go viral in an instant, and we want to make sure that the most accurate information goes viral instead of that misinformation. And I'm going to end my talk a little quicker than normal because we did run over on the last one, but I want to end it with this, which is an ask with the federal agencies here on this call. If you would consider please partnering with content creators who are those trusted voices when it comes to communicating extreme weather events. And that can include just having us on email list or sending us information. But at the end of the day, we all want to make sure that the public is safe, healthy, and aware of extreme weather. And I would really appreciate if we could partner together in the future. Thanks again for having me, and I'm going to pass it over to Abby.
Thank you so much, Elena. Appreciate all of your great work and the dedication to good science. We appreciate that from EPA. All right, next up is Isaias Hernandez, who is an environmental justice activist, educator, and founder of the Queer Brown Vegan platform, where he creates graphics, illustrations, and videos to introduce people to environmentalism. Isaias, it's all yours.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, everyone, for letting me speak with you all. Just a quick thing is I am Isaias Hernandez. Like they said, I'm an environmental educator. I grew up in poverty living in Los Angeles. That really influenced my experiences dealing with environmental pollution as a young person. And so I decided to go to UC Berkeley to study environmental science because I thought that was a way to help my community. We can go to the next slide, please. And that kind of led me to create my platform on Queer Brown Vegan, which is a social media educational platform where it's been featured in different press, but globally we reach around 150,000 plus individuals from all social media platforms. So I think if you go on to the next slide, please. One of the biggest issues I think I've realized is that social media has often been presented as a very reductionist point of view or not so much real science. And like Elena said, it is really important to really understand that globally in the United States and also in other countries, like, you know, people believe that learning about climate is very essential today. And the issue that we see today is that as someone that went through the academic institution and recognized that a lot of this scientific experiences and communications very elitist and also racist at times, environmental nonprofits are really struggling to maintain a social media presence in which they would get their information from. So what we know today is that 91% of people are reading about climate through media like journalism and other things like that. But 25% of young people today are learning solely on social media alone. And you can go to the next slide, please. And what that means is that, you know, we need to be able to create different forms of education that is providing from both institutional and non-institutional lens. I really consider myself an academic scholar activist that works between the environmental space and academic institution and creative space. And so in my platform today, like one of the things that I've really been able to revolutionize is just like other content creators here is to really distill scientific information and working with well-trusted scientific evidence-based organizations. We can go to the next slide, please. One of the biggest things that I recognize as a young content creator is that my work is still not seen as quote unquote valid enough. And I've recognized that part of those structures comes into oppression. Many of us have biases in which we've received information, such as the idea that when we talk about what an environmentalist looks like, a lot of people will still refrain to looking into white environmentalists versus Black and brown environmentalists. The second thing is understanding that what does it mean to produce independent content that uses scientific evidence-based information, and how is that well communicated to communities of color that are trying to connect it through a cultural and lived experience lens. You can go to the next slide, please. And you can go to the next slide, please, too. That's just more about what we do on that end. And this is really a great example in which I was able to work with a PhD scholar, Ellen Kelsey, and we were the first influencers from the Solutions Journalism Network to be working with journalists. And I will be honest, at first they didn't like the idea. And we were very proud to be able to collaborate on this 5 pieces of local climate solutions that were happening. And these are just examples in the ways in which art, science, and creativity can be infused to be able to do that. And you can go to the next slide, please. And one of the things I love to do on social media is do storytelling, right? A lot of young people today are not just interested in just reading these infographic posts. They really want to see an engaging story. They want to see art. They want to see stars. Like I try to really incorporate it like a classroom setting in terms of this idea of how we're really trying to create content on that end. Next slide, please. And so I started to really go into long-term form content, and that basically means into creating long-form media that actually can be used. And I created the Teaching Climate Together series, which is basically a ways in which I work with academic scientists and an educator like myself, and I interview them to define climate terminology and science together. And one of the things we recognize is that, you know, social media is going to be those large drivers today to kind of get young people invested in STEM related careers. And you can go next slide, please. This is just a really quick example of one of the independent series that we shot back in January that is now released. I'm actually going to link it on the bottom below for you all to see, but basically this series was shot with under $5,000, and we were able to produce this really great video on evidence-based hope and climate doomerism. And I really believe that the Teaching Climate Together series is my next big project as I evolve from just doing short form and infographic content to long form independent media produced content to hopefully get a TV show in the future. So thank you so much on that end, and I'm going to hand it over to Morgan.
Thanks, Isaiah. Love that evidence-based hope. I'm going to try to figure out how to use that phrase more. And I'll also second the comment of love those fresh graphics. Some really beautiful images in there too. All right, well, great. Our last but not least speaker is Christy Drutman, otherwise known as Brown Girl Green. She's a speaker, consultant, media producer, and environmental educator who's passionate about working at the intersections between media, diversity, and environmentalism. Christy, take it away.
Hi, everyone. Super happy to be here. I wanted to introduce myself. My name is Christy Drutman. I am a Jewish and Filipina environmental content creator as well as entrepreneur. I'm very passionate about being able to use the online media space to be able to channel and translate academic terms and policies into climate action and storytelling. And so I've been doing this work for almost 6 years now, really being able to reach a lot of people on the internet with climate education and getting them active and involved and wanting to take action on these issues. So we can go to the next slide. And a little bit of my background on the previous slide. I was a graduate at UC Berkeley, class of 2017. I studied environmental policy and city planning. So I have a pretty deep climate science and academic background in understanding a lot of these issues. And I would say some of my knack was talking to climate scientists around the world who were very frustrated that people weren't taking action on climate at the rate that they need to be. But I said, but where is the storytelling elements of that to really get people involved? And I felt like it wasn't reaching the masses because it wasn't being translated in accessible community-oriented ways. And so that's why I created Brown Girl Green, which is my podcast and media series. So I make podcasts, videos, and blogs teaching people about climate issues, but specifically uplifting the voices of Black, Indigenous, and people of color in this space that I feel haven't had the adequate representation to have their voices heard. So while my platform is about my journey of teaching people and translating climate science into actionable issues, I make sure to uplift the voices and stories of people directly from those marginalized communities experiencing those impacts. That's a big part of my content through interviews and storytelling to be able to uplift those issues. I'm also the co-founder of the Green Jobs Board, which I'll talk about on future slides. So let's go to the next slide. So I'm sure a lot of you have maybe seen this diagram, but a big thing that I learned in the climate communication space is that we need to talk about how things are a matter of degrees. By each 0.1 degree of warming, we know that the magnitude the magnitude of climate issues is going to increase, whether that be through extreme heat or the decline of coral reefs, et cetera. And so I really try to emphasize when challenging eco doom on my platform is just to remind people that there are actions that we can take at every degree of warming. I think when you just put it out there, 1.5 degrees, 2 degrees, like the average person doesn't really understand what that means. So I think being able to do storytelling in ways that talk in magnitudes, as well as the storytelling of how it impacts real people's lives, makes a really big difference. And I've noticed that that's been one of the most effective strategies, is to really hone in on what are people's biggest concerns and what are the places that they are going to be the most sad about losing, or the places they're currently losing. I think really tapping into those emotions in that story is really important. Next slide. And so, yeah, a big thing that I wanted to do, my family lives in the Philippines. And so I got really, inspired by Typhoon Haiyan that hit the Philippines. The Philippines is on the front lines of the climate crisis. And so I decided to start my own platform because I didn't want to wait around for mainstream media entities to be able to cover these issues adequately. So I decided to create my own platform that has now reached thousands of people around the world to teach them about climate issues, and basically working with scientists and academics to translate, climate information into actionable short form content. We'll go to the next slide. So the way I've done that has been through podcasts and videos, as well as blogs. I've done episodes focused on environmental racism, as well as green entrepreneurship focused on BIPOC founders. I've also talked about urban heat islands, as well as the need for tree planting and things like that. You can find all of that on my Instagram, on social media at Brown Girl Green. So definitely check that out. I've talked about all of these issues, specifically making sure I uplift the voices of Black, Indigenous, and people of color. Next slide. And the other piece I've done with that is the Green Jobs Board, which I also recommend people check out, which is my climate jobs platform to get people involved with getting climate jobs. And so we specifically try to get BIPOC hired into the environmental field by making that more accessible. So highly recommend checking out the Green Jobs Board platform as well if you're looking to hire people to get climate jobs, especially young people of color, to be in these climate career pathways. We're trying to make that accessible using social media specifically. And we have a community over 70,000 of people around the world using social media to get climate careers. Last slide. I know that we're running out of time. And last thing, my work has expanded very greatly, even beyond social media. I'm now consulting institutions like the Cal Academy of Sciences. I've worked with Harvard Chan to do public health research to translate that into climate content. And I've been to the White House several times to also consult them on how to do storytelling and to teach people about environmental policy on a bigger scale. Can't combine everything that I possibly do into only 5 minutes, but highly recommend you check out my work. Work with content creators as experts. We are literally translating this information in real time, trying to make it accessible and to build new pathways and ways of being that is run specifically by marginalized communities. So check me out, Brown Girl Green and the Green Jobs Board. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. Thank you, Elena and Isaiah. Honestly, this is a great way to start today. We'll take this energy into the rest of the sessions. Appreciate your positivity so much. Lots of work to do. So Hunter, I will hand it over to you.
Thank you very much. To echo that, thank you to Jean from before. Abby, thank you so much for moderating. And to all of our presenters for your overviews of creative methods of communicating heat and health risks. We're now heading into our second session of the day. In this session, we'll be hearing from 4 experts on some really interesting niches in heat and health research. I'm going to be turning it over to our moderator for this session, which will be Philip Rodbell. Phil is the National Program Leader for Urban Forestry Research at the USDA Forest Service, where he supports a network of 40+ scientists that are studying the social, economic, and ecological impacts of trees and forests where people live, work, and recreate. He has 35 years of experience in federal program management, nonprofit action, state program administration, and local government consulting, including 3 years of international experience with the U.S. Peace Corps in Honduras. Over to you, Phil.
Thanks, Hunter. Much appreciated. That was an awesome session. Thank you, Abby, and all the young leaders in that session. Communicating science is almost as important as actually doing it, creating information. That is what this session is about. We've heard a lot of important research already yesterday and this morning, and how it can be communicated. In this session, as Hunter noted, we have 4 speakers: Kelton Miner, Julie Scarhar, Michelle Kondo, and Jennifer Vanos. I see they have a lot of slides in the queue, so I'm going to move it on to them because I'm just as fascinated, I think, as all of you about the content here. So I'm going to be introducing here Kelton Miner. Kelton is a postdoctoral research scientist at Columbia University's Data Science Institute. He's working collaboratively with the Climate School at Columbia University to identify how stressors like extreme heat impact human behavioral health. He's also a contributing scientist to the Lancet Countdown on Health and Climate Change. And in that role, Kelton is currently developing global indicators to monitor social and behavioral responses to local climate extremes across nearly every country worldwide. His presentation is titled Ambient Heat and Human Sleep. Kelton, the stage is yours.
Thanks so much. And this is just such a wonderful platform. So thanks for all the engagement and energy in the last session. I think if we take a step back and look at the Earth from the perspective that, say, the astronauts might see orbiting overhead, we can appreciate the extent to which we are living on a planet which is kind of like a spaceship, in which we are also undergoing and undertaking experiments that we are subject to. And some of these large planetary changes affect us locally. And so we're going to move from this global perspective down to the local perspective now. So next slide. Thanks so much. So just a quick background on myself. As Phil alluded to, I am working at the Data Science Institute at Columbia University as a postdoctoral research scientist. And as I was touching on, this notion of planetary experiment is really an important way of trying to study how humans respond in our daily lives to environmental stressors, some of which are increasing in magnitude and frequency at a global scale. And certainly heat waves are one of the main topics that I will focus on today in relationship to human sleep. Next slide, please. So high ambient temperatures have been associated with numerous adverse outcomes to a whole spectrum of outcomes that range from very sort of moderate and daily behaviors all the way to very severe outcomes. We know during periods of heat that people use more negative language in their expressions, both in person and online, and also self-report worse emotional states when it's really hot outside. We also see that mental health related hospitalizations increase during periods of heat. Interpersonal and intrapersonal conflict, including suicide rates, are elevated during periods of heat. And people perform worse. Productivity is impeded, and labor productivity in the workplace is also diminished during periods of high heat. In the US, occupational injuries increase during periods of high heat. And as I alluded to before, even mortality and excess mortality has been shown to increase during periods of high heat. Next slide, please. So we might be curious about why. What is the mechanism, or what are the mechanisms that drive that relationship? And one of the leading hypotheses for one of the mechanisms that might be involved is sleep. We know that insufficient or inadequate sleep is unfortunately detrimental to our health and also our performance. And those same outcomes that I just mentioned before that increase during periods of high heat also have been shown in sleep restriction studies to directly follow from having a poor night of sleep. Next slide, please. Now, sleep is, of course, important individually for our health and well-being. It's also important economically. Insufficient sleep costs the US and Japan over 2% of their GDP. And in recent decades, the number of people, or the proportion of people that obtain a short night of sleep in the US has been on the rise. The CDC estimated in 2014, in a national survey, that about a third of the US population has a short night of sleep and regularly sleeps less than 7 hours. So next slide, please. This question of why sleep might be in decline is a really important one. And there's a number of different hypotheses for why that might be. Partly lifestyle, partly socioeconomic, potentially due to digital devices. But there's also an environmental hypothesis here too. And one of the interesting things is that if you look at the frequency of nighttime heat extremes globally, you can see that really since the 1980s, the sort of nighttime warming has been outpacing daytime temperature extremes. So these warm nights are increasing in frequency, globally average compared to warm days. They're both on the rise, but it seems that nights are warming faster. Next slide, please. And at the same time, even though nighttime temperatures are warming faster across most regions globally, there's also a change in human exposure to heat. Next slide, please. More and more people are moving to urban environments that release heat that is sort of stored or absorbed during the day. And that heat is released at night precisely during the resting period when people are sleeping and recovering from the daytime sort of activity. And we also know that in cities, local waste heat generated by buildings and traffic exhaust and machinery contributes to this overall sort of heat environment. So exposure is changing globally as we urbanize, but also nighttime temperatures are warming across most regions globally faster than daytime temperatures due to anthropogenic climate change. So next slide, please. On an individual level, our sleep is also changing. Our core body temperatures, our core body temperatures are also sensitive to the environment. In the laboratory, if it's too cold or too hot, it's been shown that we sleep less and our sleep is disrupted. But these laboratory studies constrain our ability to adapt. Next slide, please. So one of the things that we want to look at is sort of how do sleep responses actually transpire in the real world? And in the US, 2 national studies found that self-reports of poor subjective sleep quality increased during hot months and on hot nights. But self-reported sleep measures don't capture the sort of objective parameters of sleep. So things like sleep duration and timing. And that's really what we tried to fill with our research. So next slide, please. So we conducted a global scale natural experiment to look at whether within individual sleep outcomes we're sensitive to ambient temperature. Next slide. And one of the things that we actually did to run this study was to basically couple 10.7 billion minute-by-minute sleep state observations from accelerometer-based sleep tracking wristbands across 68 different countries. And we linked this with NOAA's weather station data on ambient temperatures and also a reanalysis temperature product. Next slide, please. And we basically wanted to look at this relationship of whether fluctuations in temperature were also associated with within-person changes in sleep, because everyone has a different sleep baseline. Next slide, please. And to do this, we constructed a global scale environmental contextual model that controls for these unobserved individual factors, that controls for other changes in time of year, seasonality, other meteorological factors, and basically allows us to see, does a randomly timed period of hot temperature associate with a within-person change in sleep? Next slide, please. One of the cool things about this setup is that we're actually able, after controlling on these different variables, to actually estimate a plausibly causal effect of nighttime temperature. Again, this is random variation on temperature, and we're looking at these sleep responses within individuals. So next slide, please. And we'll just skip past this one. So next slide. So what do we find? When we look at both weather station data or gridded reanalysis data, the warmer the temperatures are outside, the warmer the nighttime temperatures are, the less that people slept. And we find that when nighttime temperatures exceed about 10 degrees Celsius, that people lose about 0.61 minutes of sleep per degree. And the amount of sleep loss per degree increases progressively past that point. And one of the surprising aspects of this is that it seems that people are much better at adapting to cold temperatures than to hot temperatures, and that additional warming reduces sleep progressively more. Next slide, please. So what, does this actually matter for some of the most important sleep outcomes, like clinically defined definitions of short sleep? And that we find, yes, it does indeed. So on very hot nights, the probability of having a clinically short night of sleep, less than 7 hours, less than 6 hours, even less than 5 hours, increases in the sort of affected population. Next slide, please. And we'll just wrap this up because I know, Philip, we're short on time here. So very importantly, we find that these impacts are not evenly distributed. The elderly were twice as impacted per degree of warming. Next slide, please. And we also see that females were significantly more impacted than males, even though it was a small difference, it was a significant difference nonetheless. And next slide, please. Very importantly, we also find that people who are living in lower middle income countries were disproportionately affected, over 3 times as much sleep loss per degree of warming as more affluent or richer regions. And next slide, please. Do we find evidence of adaptation? No, not really. We actually find that people do not catch up on lost sleep at night with napping. They don't catch up on lost sleep over the course of the week. There's additional sleep loss, and we don't find that people catch up on sleep from the beginning of summer to the end of summer. And next slide, please. We also don't find that people adapt in the long term. So people who are already living in the warmest regions lose over twice as much sleep per degree of warming. And I think I'm out of time, so we're just going to jump to the end of the slideshow. If you want to just skip through the last few. Yeah, we'll just skip through that. Okay. So thanks so much for your time. And the last note I just wanted to mention is that when we couple this response function with climate models, downscale climate model output, we see that the disparities between the richest and poorest regions around the world grow with the amount of greenhouse gas concentrations in the atmosphere. So thanks so much for your time.
Thank you, Kelton. Thank you, Kelton. Sleep is important to all of us, so we gave you just a little bit of extra time, but appreciate your presentation. Our next up is Julie Skarhar. Dr. Skarhar recently completed her PhD in epidemiology at Brown University School of Public Health. Currently, Julie is visiting faculty member at the Bennington College Prison Education Initiative, where she is teaching an introductory course on epidemiology at a maximum security prison. Her dissertation at Brown was on temperature-related mortality in U.S. state prisons, both heat and cold exposure, but I believe today her presentation is focused on heat-related mortality among incarcerated population across the U.S. Julie, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Yes, so essentially today I'm going to be presenting some of the results of my dissertation and focusing on heat-related mortality among incarcerated populations in the U.S. So if you go to the next slide. So what do we know about heat exposure and mortality? Maybe you've already been to a few talks about how heat is associated with an increased risk of mortality, but we know that not everyone is affected equally. So there are some vulnerable groups. So there are some populations that are more vulnerable to having heat-related mortality. And that includes people without access to AC infrastructure. That includes people who are socially isolated. That includes older adults, people with comorbidities, including mental health disorders. And all of these vulnerable population groups are also found inside prisons. So next slide. And so when we're starting to think about incarceration in the US today, in the state of incarceration, generally it's framed around mass or hyper-incarceration. You might hear the term hyper-incarceration instead of mass incarceration because people like to, hyper refers to the people who are incarcerated over and over again rather than the masses being incarcerated. And you can see here that this phenomena really started in the 1980s. So we see in the 1980s, you can think about the war on drugs was happening, increased mandatory minimums and life sentences, and a huge prison boom happened as well. So lots of prisons being built between 1980 to 2005, and you can see the dramatic increase in the number of people who are incarcerated in the US. And since 2005 or so, the number has generally held, but around 1.2 million people held in state and federal prisons. Between 6 to 10 million are passing through jails annually. And then there's also some people held in detention facilities and youth facilities, but they are generally a smaller proportion of, or make up a small amount of people incarcerated in the US. Next slide. So when I started looking into this, so I was curious about how people who are incarcerated might be exposed to temperatures. I realized there wasn't a lot in the academic literature. There wasn't a lot in the peer-reviewed literature. So I ended up going to the gray literature and I looked through reports. I looked through law databases. I found some lawsuits that were on this topic. This is an example of a lawsuit that happened in 2007, and you can see here a quote from the lawsuit where it says, as of September 29th, 2006, there were some 1,364 prisoners at JMF, which is a correctional facility in Jackson, Michigan. So some 1,300 people at this facility classified as having heat-related illness. So I started getting a sense of the scale of temperature exposures and the effect on health in these settings. And if you want to go to the next slide. And so I also looked through news articles as well, like media stories. And I started learning that this isn't just a phenomenon that's happening in the South or in the West. This is happening across the US. That back article there where it says health inspectors visit prisons after receiving complaints about heat. That was in Massachusetts, in Whitehall, Massachusetts. You can see in Texas, there's that article there. Most facilities in Texas do not have AC. And then just an article here too about Arizona. So just like thinking of this as affecting all people incarcerated throughout the US and not just some regions. If you want to go into the next slide. So as I was going through this kind of gray literature that was out there, what I started to learn is that temperature exposures might look really different on the inside because resource access can look a lot different in these settings, in these prison settings. So you might think about a really hot day and all the behaviors you're going to do to help maintain that core body temperature and help yourself cool off. And maybe that includes drinking more water or drinking cold water or taking an extra shower or sitting in front of a fan or going to a public building that has AC, like a library. A lot of those options aren't available for people on the inside. Water use and availability isn't always there 24/7. That's not a given. Fan use might be restricted to what you can buy through the commissary there, and maybe you don't have the money for that. We can think about the ways we adapt our clothing to help adjust to the temperatures outside. And when you're incarcerated, your clothing options are pretty limited. There's a lot of aging prison infrastructure in this country. There are facilities that were built in the 1800s that are still in operation. AC was not going into those facilities back in the day. And so generally, like looking at AC access in these facilities across the country really varies and is not common. If you can go to the next slide. So the goal with my research was to determine the association between summer temperatures and exposure to summer temperatures and increase in summer temperatures and risk of mortality inside U.S. prisons across the, prisons all over the U.S. If you want to go to the next slide. And so these next few slides are just going to go through my methods, and I've heard you will have access to these slides afterwards. So hopefully you can dive a bit deeper if you're curious about that. But my temperature data came from a publicly available temperature data set from NASA and NOAA. If you want to go to the next slide. My mortality data came from the Bureau of Justice Statistics. So this is a department under the U.S. Department of Justice, and they collect information and data on incarceration in the U.S. And so this data set is records on anyone who dies in a state facility, a state Department of Corrections facility, or a state contracted private facility. And so currently years 2001 to 2019 are available for researchers to use. And so that's the years of data that I used. You can go on to the next slide. And then what methodology did I use? I used the wonderful time stratified case crossover, an epidemiologic study design that works really well for doing these types of analyses. If you want to go to the next slide. Thank you. So what did I find? If you want to go to the next slide. Interesting. I'll highlight some things here, but maybe things aren't showing up quite right on your screen, or maybe it's my screen. So the numbers in bold, I guess you can see a few of them. So generally, so there were 12,836 deaths during this time period, and most of these deaths, the age was 55 years, or was older than 44 years old, which is kind of what I expected with what we know about risk for mortality. Most of these deaths were in a high security facility, which also makes sense because we know people in high security facilities tend to be there serving longer sentences. Most of these deaths were in state operated facilities. That also tracks with how we know how many state operated facilities there are in the country versus privately operated. And then if the other tables were showing up, you could see that most of the deaths were among people who were identified as male, 96% of them. And that also lines up with who we know is being incarcerated in the US. Next slide. And so what did I find? So I found that a 10-degree increase in temperature above the summer mean. So doing this analysis, it's really important to control for the fact that a 90-degree day in Vermont is going to feel different than a 90-degree day in Texas. And so that's why I looked at the summer mean for each of those, for each prison. And I found that a 10-degree increase resulted in a 5.2 degree or increase in risk of mortality. I'm going to go to the next slide. I also looked at heat waves. So these are days where the temperature peaks, and usually you look at it as a percentile of the types of temperatures experienced in one region. So I looked at 2-day heat waves, so 2 days where you can think of it as an extreme heat, and I saw a 5.5% increase in risk of mortality. And then if you want to go on to the next slide, I also looked at suicides. So this was, our last speaker mentioned that there's been previous literature on how exposure or increasing temperature, there's an association between temperature and risk of suicide. And I also saw that in the prison settings, in these prisons. So I saw that an extreme heat day in prison was associated with a 23% increase in risk of suicide. And that's pretty large. So this was kind of a surprising finding, and one that I thought was pretty important. And if you want to go on to the next slide, and I'm going to end here. So how does this compare? So there's lots of studies out there that look at the effect of temperature on mortality. And basically, looking at other studies who use similar methods, but look at the US general population, I'm seeing larger estimates in incarcerated populations, which is something I don't expect because in general, this is a much younger population. And I kind of thought that different age distribution was going to be reflected in the point estimates, the effect size that I saw, and it wasn't. Just to keeping in mind, incarcerated populations are being affected by temperature exposures and heat, and in very unique ways compared to the general population. And it's important to take those in mind when you're thinking about the health risks in this population. So thank you so much for your time. I'm going to put 2 papers that I published on this in the chat in case you're interested in learning more. And thank you again.
Thank you, Julie. Much appreciated. This is a hard one for people. And we appreciate your focus on it. Thanks so much. Our next speaker this afternoon is Dr. Michelle Kondo, who is a research social scientist with the USDA Forest Service stationed in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. She holds academic degrees in civil engineering and urban planning and obtained postdoctoral training in epidemiology at the University of Pennsylvania. Her research examines nature and place-based strategies and clinical interventions for disease, violence, injury prevention, with a focus on underserved urban communities. Her presentation is Nature, Green Space, and Human Health. Michelle, great having you.
Hi, thanks for having me. I'm happy to be here. Thanks for that introduction, Philip. I don't know if someone could please activate my video. That would be great. Thank you. Hi. Yeah, so my research, I study the relationship between urban environments, and I tend to focus on green aspects of our environment. So trees, parks, and what tends to just get lumped into this term green space as it affects human health and urban communities. Next slide. I do want to focus a bit in my talk about, okay, what does this have to do with heat and climate change? But I'll give you first just a bit of an overview of the state of research in this area on trees and human health, and or green space and human health. Thanks to my colleagues at IS Global for this image. There is a growing body of evidence, and I would say sometimes it's hour by hour, certainly day by day, that I'm seeing new studies published in this area. And this area of research has really exploded, I would say even within the past 5 years. So it's fairly new. And I will tell you that most of it is cross-sectional, so it's not necessarily built or based on even longitudinal methods, but experimental methods, randomized controlled trials. We're not seeing so much of that yet. But nevertheless, we are seeing good evidence here, and this is based often on multi-city, multi-country data records, including electronic medical records and hospital admission data about a relationship between human health, and that might be just general physical health, ranging from there all the way to premature mortality, and how green our residential environments are. So the greener the environment, the lower our risk for premature mortality. That's sort of an endpoint, and everything, and very many things in between. So that might be that we know that living and being in greener environments can reduce our stress levels, that it can improve our mental health and our ability to focus and to pay attention. Next slide. Most research focuses on adult populations, right? We're starting to see some information with, or some research in and with subpopulations. So for example, children or elderly populations. And but I would say that there is a need for more research in these areas. We're starting to see some evidence that that having exposure to greener and access to greener environments for kids can have cognitive benefits, so certainly on ability to focus and pay attention, but as well as working memory. That it can help with, reducing symptoms, having to do with behavioral difficulties. ADHD can improve prosocial behavior for kids and emotions. Next slide. But I want to talk about, so what do trees have to do, or what does heat have to do with these relationships? What are the pathways by which we understand trees and green space affect human health outcomes? And heat is certainly in a path in one of those pathways anyway, and is related to very many others. So we think of green space as first, that it can reduce harms, and I thank Jana Markovic for this useful conceptual framework. So by reducing harms, by reducing environmental exposures to harmful things like air pollution, noise, and heat, so by reducing temperatures, green space can restore our capacities. So it can help us focus and pay attention and recover from stress. It can also help build our capacities. So by, for example, encouraging us to get in our steps, to go outside and be physically active, and to facilitate social cohesion. And the evidence is really good there, that parks and trees and green space bring us together and help us feel connected to one another. So in terms of heat, do trees reduce urban temperatures? And it's not just urban, but can trees reduce urban temperatures? I think we are seeing here that the answer is yes, but thereby to improve human health. So there's the question, and we likely, I think, know and can guess that perhaps the answer is yes, but measuring that is a bigger challenge. So next slide, please. And I would say that most of the evidence lies in outcomes, including cardiovascular and all-cause mortality. And this is because we can use sort of big data, big observational data from satellite images, from heat sensors, and heat, existing heat, existing monitors in urban networks, as well as death records. So we can put these together. We can run our analyses comparing periods of extreme heat. We can look at death rates, right, during periods of extreme heat and compare them to other periods, for example, at same time in prior years. And we can compare there and attribute any excess deaths, for example, to extreme heat. And we can now look at and understand, well, what role might being under tree cover or tree canopy in a residential location play. So, for example, we have some studies now. This is one that recently came out that found that during extreme heat in Boston between year 2000 and 2015, that at-home mortality was driven by both social and environmental factors, and that one of those factors is and could be street trees. So, with more street trees in the home environment, they found reduced relative odds of death, both inside and outside the home. So that, there's a question there. Is it just that we're reducing surface temperatures, outdoors with the trees? What about indoor temperatures? Another study also recently published among elderly residents in 8 Michigan cities found that green space, so trees, as well as housing characteristics and social isolation, independently enhance or affect elderly people's health heat-related cardiovascular mortality vulnerability. Let's see, next slide. I want to talk about another area of research where we are seeing some of the effects of trees on perhaps reducing heat exposures. And this is in the area of, for kids, greening of schoolyards, which I know that Jennifer will be talking about next. But there have been a number of studies of schoolyard greening interventions, and this is taking you can take more of a at least a pre-post approach or control in the case of where you're greening multiple schoolyards. Next slide. So this is from the Trust for Public Land, which has a Green Schoolyards program and a really impressive effort to green schoolyards across the country. There have been a number of studies that have measured before and after changes in kids' behaviors. So they found that kids engage in more vigorous physical activity in schoolyards after they've been greened. That during extreme heat, children engage in less, so they're less physically active, but they're seeking shade. So this is what their behaviors that they're observing. They also observe more collaborative recess behavior and less age-related decline in physical activity, particularly for girls in greened schoolyards. I've seen a study that found sort of less bullying, they observed less bullying on the schoolyard after it had been greened. So that's very cool. I would say that there is really a need for more research in this area. And the reason that we're not seeing a huge amount of it is that, as I mentioned, most green space health research is cross-sectional. And we need to move towards more intervention and experimental design research. I'm involved in a proposal now with the Green Heart Project in Louisville, where we have proposed to both measure with the planting of some large trees throughout an entire neighborhood, with the control that will get the trees later. We're measuring both outdoor and indoor temperatures and have proposed to measure changes in sleep, for example. So we're getting there. We're on our way. And hope next time I can share some more results with you.
Yes, me too. Thanks, Michelle. Really appreciate your time and your work in this important area of research. Our next speaker, I'm happy to introduce our last speaker, Jennifer Vanos. Dr. Vanos is an associate professor at School of Sustainability at Arizona State University. She focuses on extreme heat, thermal comfort, and air pollution, such as especially examines health impacts on vulnerable populations such as children and athletes. Currently, she's running numerous field projects in Arizona and collaborates with schools, governments, nonprofits, and in community-based research, and is an active member of the ASU Urban Climate Research Center. So her presentation is on heat-ready schools. So Jenny, you're up.
Awesome. Thank you, Philip. And I really want to thank Michelle for setting me up so well for giving this talk right now. So I'm going to talk about our Heat Ready Schools program that we developed at ASU as part of our Healthy Urban Environments initiative. And I want to call out my co-authors, Mary Munez and Sanaz, who's our project coordinator for our Heat Ready initiatives, and then Carmen Tirdra, who works with the Arizona Department of Health Services. Next slide, please. Okay, so to set the stage, with heat risk in children or school children in general, we know already from the literature that there's a lot of physiologic and behavioral factors that can increase children's susceptibility to heat. However, there's a lot of research that still needs to be done in this area to figure out exactly what those are and why, and then how can we work with what you know. But you can think about behaviorally, what can kids do? What do they have the capacity to change about their situation? And oftentimes, the younger the children, the less capacity they have to do that. With high temperatures, studies are arising that show that higher temperatures are affecting student behavior in the classroom and their learning. And we hear this from teachers as well, anecdotally, that it can be harder to teach on hot days. And indoor and outdoor heat is a concern. And this concept of what are the temperatures indoors or outdoors is going to matter based on what location you're in. So if you're in a location that has a lot of indoor air conditioning, which is kind of the location in Phoenix in schools, then we know the indoor areas are going to be cool, but there's certain parts of the country, so think coastal California, that actually doesn't have such a high prevalence of air conditioning in schools. And when we look at our heat-related illness emergency department visits data that I'm showing here among children, we see that in June, July, and August, those levels are higher. And one of the and we have to think about in Arizona, what's the school schedule? So students kind of go to school till the end of May and then start at the end of August. However, a lot of schools are shifting to this kind of adapted schedule where students are going back in the start of July. So this is kind of a big concern as we're thinking moving forward. We know that schools can be hotter if they don't have their cooling resources outside. So design comes into play a lot. Next slide. Next slide. Thanks. So the Arizona Department of Health did a survey a few years ago of schools across Arizona, and this is showing schools that have electronic systems to track for the nurses to use to track what's going on in the student population, because that's an important part of understanding heat risk in a school. And what they found was larger and medium districts have electronic school systems or electronics. Oh, I'm sorry, we skipped a slide. Can we go back one slide? This is the wrong slide. There we go. Okay. Yes. So schools that were larger had electronic systems in their schools versus medium and small schools did not have that. And there's just generally no standard system that we see for keeping track of generally health conditions, but especially if we're trying to work with nurses to understand what's happening to the student population as it relates to heat. Forward one slide. So with this slide, then we also found out that smaller school districts were significantly less likely to have shaded play spaces in any of their school area outdoors, which is a really important factor in making sure that we have conducive spaces to be able to play in, whether it's built shade or tree shade or shade from shade sales buildings, all of it counts. And we have to recognize the climate we're in and be utilizing different types of shade to the best of our ability. Next slide. So schools and parents were requesting more guidance from the Arizona Department of Health Services, asking, should we keep the students indoors for recess? Is it safe for them to go outside? Should my child's school allow her to go outside today? And then we also learned through some of our own research that a lot of people in schools are unaware of available resources around ADHS's heat safety school toolkit, that there are school heat alerts available, and that they're interested in it. And so with some of this information, we moved forward to start working to work with schools to solve this problem. Next slide. Okay, so connecting environmental exposures to health effects is a really important objective here. Apologize, the slides aren't showing up the way they're supposed to. When we think about exposures and health effects, there's a lot of important factors in the middle that we are missing if we don't start tracking what's going on at schools. Are kids missing classes? How is their behavior? How is their cognitive ability changing? Are they engaging in physical activity or learning the way they're supposed to be? And what kind of actual health outcomes are occurring on the school campus that could be affecting them or their parents or their lifestyle in negative ways, and how can we start mitigating these factors? Next slide. Okay, so we set forth to figure out what makes a heat-ready school. We worked first, and this is done by a master's student here at ASU, Adora Shortridge. She did interviews and literature review of 5 thematic to determine with our partners 5 thematic areas around school policy, environment, training and education, prevention, and community. The people she worked with for these interviews and the following Delphi survey
We're comprised of nurses, teachers, parents, public health, academics, and a lot of literature support. She then set out to make statements around factors that would make a heat-ready school in these 5 areas. We did 3 rounds of a Delphi survey, so it's an iterative process and anonymous, and everyone had to rank the recommended statements on a 10-point scale based on validity, feasibility, and clarity. As long as everyone agreed across it was about 25 people participating in our community on the validity, feasibility, and clarity of these, then we were able to accept a statement. If they weren't, we had to kind of rewrite the statement based on a lot of feedback we got from our collaborators and come to a consensus on the statement or remove the question. And this helped us create the Heat Ready Schools rubric and a growth tool for schools. This paper is published in open access in climate risk management. You can see there. Next slide, please. Okay, so then we came up with our definition as a heat-ready school is a school that is able to increasingly identify, prepare for, mitigate, track, and respond to the negative impacts of school ground heat with the overarching goal to improve heat safety and protection measures of children exposed to extreme heat during the school day, whether indoors or outdoors, trying to optimize their ability to be physically active and socially play and maintain good learning, essentially. And this is part of a whole bigger program we have going on here called Heat Ready Cities, where Phoenix is leading their Heat Ready Phoenix initiative. And then we have Heat Ready Schools and Heat Ready Neighborhoods. Next slide, please. So we kind of talk to schools and say, how can you become part of this and reduce the frequency of heat-related illness among students, staff, and community members? We have within the 30 different recommendations, there's ones on training, formal, informal policies. How can we help you with creating those? How can we help you find funding for shade cover and green space? Do you have water access for the students when they're outside? Is there a curriculum we can teach students about heat stress with? Can we help you adapt your schedules for hot days? Are you getting the heat alerts from the Arizona Department of Health? What kind of nurse tracking system do you have? And can we start to ask questions about heat-related impacts? Next slide, please. So we create these resources. Every school that's part of our program gets these posters that they can put up in their school and start to track what are things they're doing, what are things they want to prioritize. We have students do this, nurses do this, teachers might do this. It's whoever their heat ready champion in their school is, and they can start to track what they're already doing to be heat ready and what they are prioritizing to be doing to be heat ready in the coming year. So right now, as the summer season approaches, we're working with schools a lot. We are in about 35 schools here in the Phoenix, Tempe, Mesa area and hoping to expand. Next slide.
Wonderful. Jennifer, why don't we put the link to that heat ready school in the tab and people can visit.
Can everyone then go to the last slide because there's a QR code.
Oh, good. QR codes, last slide.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Appreciate it. Thanks all. Hunter, we're going to pass it back to you. I know we have a break coming up that we need to get to.
We do. We've covered a lot of ground today already. Very exciting talks. Thank you to the 4 presenters as well as to you, Phil, for moderating. And with that, we're going to take our first break of the day. I know we're running a little bit over, so we're going to give us an extra 5 minutes here. So we hope that everyone will rejoin us at 2:05 Eastern. That gives us a little under 15 minutes. And we look forward to the next round of presentations. Thank you.
2:05. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Thank you for your patience as we have to rearrange the timing a little bit. But we have two great sessions this afternoon. The first one is on heat indices. And the second one will be on urban heat islands and how the science and the data all tie with innovation. And then we'll wrap up with a keynote closing about the NIHHIS strategic plan for the federal government. So I'm going to start by introducing the next session, which is I'm excited about. We have great group of presenters to talk about to have a practical discussion of different heat indices, how to use them and the differences between them. There's not just one heat index, there's more than one. So first I'll start off by introducing our moderator, who also will give a presentation, Kim McMahon. Kim is the manager of the NOAA National Weather Service Public Weather Services Program. And in that program, she guides National Weather Service policy involving extreme temperatures, both heat and cold, as well as things like wind, frost, freeze, fog, dust, and other weather phenomena. Kim oversees the policies, procedures, and guidelines of 122 local National Weather Service forecast offices, not a small feat. And she is also a co-lead of the NIHHIS itself, which, as we all know, is established and co-led by NOAA and CDC. So I will turn it over to you, Kim, for the session.
Thanks, Victoria. Thanks, everyone. I hope everyone's back from the break. I'm here to talk about not just wet bulb globe temperature, but give a little intro of heat.
Kim, you are muted, I think.
I can
no,
hear.
That's not true.
I can hear.
That's not true. Sorry, go ahead.
All right, thanks. Next slide. I'm going to try to go fast in order to make up for some time. Before I jump into the wet bulb globe temperature, I figured I should give a little bit of background on heat index as well. So that way you get a full idea of all the tools in the toolbox. So the heat index was based off of Robert Stedman's work in the 1970s, which was a set of mathematical equations to measure the impacts of high temperatures and high humidity on the human body. You may not be aware that there's actually 21 different parameters and assumptions, such as the body mass and height of an individual, the clothing that they're wearing, their heat tolerance, that it's in the shade, there's a constant wind speed of about 5 miles per hour, and they're doing a light walk, 3 miles per hour, like I said, in the shade, wearing a short sleeve shirt and trousers. So next slide. So then from there, the Weather Service took Stedman's equations and simplified them so that way we could plug in our temperature and relative humidity forecasts in order to come up with our heat index. And then you might be familiar with the lower right-hand side, that color-coded chart, which basically the local office in Peachtree City created that color-coded chart based on Stedman's work for the 1996 Olympics that were held in Atlanta, Georgia. Next slide. But we do know that there are some issues and there are some mitigations with regard to heat index. There's a discrepancy between the calculator on our webpage and the heat index chart, and that's mostly due to rounding errors. Then there's no data beyond 130 degrees Fahrenheit, 137 degrees Fahrenheit, as the maximum temperature parameter in the original equations was 122. However, we are investigating Liu and Romp's 2022 work to be able to expand that beyond the 122 degrees Fahrenheit. So the other thing is that heat index is calculated for shady areas. And even in Stedman's work, he acknowledged that. So we at the Weather Service note that exposure to full sunshine can increase the heat index values by up to 15 degrees. Next slide. We also know that because of the equations in Stedman's work that, someone walking at 3 miles per hour, it's not necessarily a accurate measure of heat impacts on those who are active. So your outdoor workers, your athletes. And this will bring me to the wet bulb gold temperature product in a minute. And it may not also be, heat index may not be the best indicator of heat impacts in areas with low humidity, because it is, again, designed for high temperature and high humidity impacts. Another caveat is that the validation of that heat index chart, those risk categories haven't been fully validated because it really was designed for the 1996 Atlanta, Georgia Olympics. So next slide. So this is all setting up for heat index has its strengths and weaknesses, but then there's also the wet bulb globe temperature. Now, the wet bulb globe temperature was developed in the 1950s by the US military because they were experiencing lots of heat illnesses in their training camps. So really that gives you an indication that these individuals and how it's designed is for those who are doing rigorous activity outdoors, who were already in good, healthy shape, and who were acclimated to the area that they're doing this activity. Now, in addition to the temperature and the relative humidity that heat index takes into account, the wet bulb globe temperature also takes into account wind speed and solar radiation. Generally speaking, to get that information, it's taking into account the sun angle as well as the cloud cover. And we have on the bottom left-hand side 2 images of wet bulb globe temperature sensors, and they're really a combination of 3 sensors because it's the wet bulb temperature that indicates the humidity, the globe temperature, which indicates the radiant heat or that solar radiation, and then the ambient air temperature. So next slide. And again, comparing wet bulb globe temperature with the heat index, you can see from the chart on the right-hand side that the wet bulb globe temperature is measured in the sun while heat index is not. Then they both use temperature and relative humidity, but again, the wet bulb globe temperature uses wind and solar radiation, which is that combination of cloud cover and sun angle. So for the wet bulb globe temperature, another thing that people should be aware, again, it was designed for active outdoor communities that are acclimated to the heat. And it's very sensitive to the land cover. So if you're taking one of those sensors that I had in the previous slide and actually measuring, you will, if you're on grass and then you move like 100 feet away to on pavement, there will be a different reading or observation for each of those because it is sensitive to the land cover. And then heat index, as I mentioned earlier, only the temperature and humidity, and conducting light physical activity. Again, that walking at 3 miles per hour. Next slide. For the National Weather Service wet bulb globe temperature forecast, it's available at digital.mdl.nws.noaa.gov, and I'll put it in the chat in a minute. But it utilizes the Weather Service forecasts, temperature forecast, relative humidity forecast, our wind forecast, as well as the sky cover, which is then combined with the sun angle to create that representation of solar radiation. And we utilized Grunstein et al.'s 2015 work on wet bulb globe climatologies to put the wet bulb globe temperature into these different colored bins or thresholds. And you can see a representation on the right-hand side, kind of in the back of a day that was having high and extreme areas of wet bulb globe. And in the forefront, you can see the different shades of gray representing the regions. So next slide. And these are all different tools in the toolbox for us to assess heat and forecast heat, as well as message it. So we've got heat index that we normally use for contextualizing to the general public, wet bulb globe temperature for healthy, active outdoor communities, and heat risk, which my colleague Paul is going to go into in a minute. Next slide. And we utilize all these tools to inform ourselves and our core partners on what thresholds we utilize for our excessive heat watch, our heat advisory, and our excessive heat warning. I will state that generally speaking, for an excessive heat warning, we have a heat index of 105 in the northern areas and 110 in the southern areas. And for heat advisory, it's a lower tier. So 100 heat index in the northern areas and 105 in the southern areas. And both of those generally having a minimum temperature overnight of 75 or above. But our offices are strongly encouraged, and you can move on to the next slide, to work with our partners, work with our public health partners and our emergency management partners to refine that criteria. And two quick examples is post-Hurricane Laura in 2020, after landfall, nearly 100% of the customers were without power. So our offices worked with the Louisiana Governor's Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness to validate the need that we needed to lower our heat criteria because people just didn't have normal access to air conditioning. Then on a more long-term basis, there was a 2-year study in the New England and Northeast to do research on analyzing the impacts, be it mortality, that were associated with heat indices. So the image on the bottom left, you can see Maine all the way to Pennsylvania had a heat index of 100 to 104 for our heat advisories. After that study, after that cooperation and understanding with our public health partners, the green area on the bottom right is now a heat index of 96 to 99, while the yellow area was kept at 100 to 104. So next slide, that is all I have, and I'm going to actually turn it over to my colleague, Paul Inuguez, who is the Science and Operations Officer at the NOAA National Weather Service Phoenix office. While his duties include training the staff of meteorologists and integrating new science and technology into their operations, he has also developed a great deal of expertise in forecasting and providing services during extreme heat. So perhaps not a surprise for a major city that reaches 100 plus degrees Fahrenheit over 100 days each year. Paul is one of the longtime developers on the National Weather Service Heat Risk Prototype Project. So Paul, take it away.
Thank you, Kim, for that introduction. Good morning or afternoon, depending where you are. As Kim said, I'm Paul Inuguez with the National Weather Service, located out in the Phoenix office. If we go to the next slide, I'm going to be talking to you about the Heat Risk Project. What Heat Risk is, it's a framework, it's a flexible framework that our partners and customers can use to make their decisions when to act. It builds in consistency and science into the framework. It puts our official high and low temperatures into a climatological context. And our latest iterations are including updated climatology data and a collaboration with CDC, which I'll touch on a little bit here in a few slides. We are working on a national prototype for this summer. On the next slide, you can see what the different heat risk levels are, going from basically no risk, no threat at the bottom, all the way to an extreme level. And you can think of it essentially as you're climbing higher and higher, you're having broader societal impacts. So even at a very low threshold, we still would anticipate there to be impacts, whether it's illness or unfortunately death or economic costs associated with heat based on the exposure and the vulnerability of the different populations that you're talking about. So on the next slide, we look at how do we actually come up with these different thresholds. And this is just an example for any town or your town, USA, where we have these different cutoffs for the red, orange, and yellow thresholds. So starting at the bottom, I just kind of draw attention quick, the yellow threshold, this is essentially a base level temperature where we anticipate to see impacts. And this is based on CDC research. So I'll show you that in a moment. But on the high level, we are looking at essentially either the 50th percentile of heat attributable deaths from the CDC data or the 95th percentile temperature curve. So that's kind of that light gray curve you see in there for this location was 95th percentile. The black is the normal. And then the orange is kind of a seasonal climatological split in there. So red is that 50th percentile of attributable deaths and higher, and the yellow is that first percentile. On the next slide, you can kind of see what this looks like. So this is where we brought in the CDC data. They took all of their impact health data, mortality data associated with heat. We brought in our weather observational data, And then we were able to kind of tease out this signal of where do you have this inflection point? When do you start to see the impacts from the heat occur? And we did this for hundreds of stations across the country. If you look at the next slide, this is all these different stations. There we go. These are all the different stations across the country where we did this analysis and spread the influence out through another gridded analysis. The threshold might be quite a bit lower than people anticipate. You see, even up in the Northeast, like where Kim was just talking, I mean, temperatures into the upper 60s, there's a signal that you can start to have heat-related impacts. Out here in the Southwest, like Phoenix, 80 degrees, upper 80s, we start to see impacts. And the majority of the year, we have temperatures above that. So, but this is just a base level, and that's how the framework works, is to provide these different levels when you start to see impacts. So what about humidity? On the next slide, this kind of shows how we answer the humidity question. We do not take humidity directly into account. Heat risk uses the high and low temperature forecast, but we leverage the physical knowledge we have that when humidity levels are elevated, our minimum temperatures, our overnight temperatures are also going to be elevated. That's fairly typically what happens. And so in the green areas that you see, we've identified locations that are more humid climates, and the weighting algorithms will give additional weight to those overnight low temperatures. For drier climates, like you see in the brown area, the weighting algorithm works where it gives a little bit more weight to the high temperature. So on the next slide, it kind of shows you how it all gets put together. We have our thousands of stations with the observational climate data, our CDC data, and then we graph this onto gridded climatological data that comes from Oregon State University, the PRISM data. So then we end up with our gridded thresholds. At that point, we do bring in our forecast high and low temperatures, our official forecast from National Weather Service, push that through our algorithms, and then you see the heat risk output that we have on the right side. On the next slide, you see an example of what this looks like, where you can access this. The URL is there, and I can drop that into the chat momentarily, but it's a nice little interface. This is running right now, and it has been running for a few years across the Western US. So when you look around, you can click on locations and get what the heat risk values are going to be for the next 7 days. How do we use this? In the next slide, you can see an example of messaging that we've created, templates that our offices, our local weather offices can use. This is done in collaboration with some researchers, communication researchers, to really effectively communicate the threats that are going on here. So we have these templates that our offices can grab, and they can just fill out the information and push that out on social media, Twitter, email briefings, and whatnot. The next slide does touch on the heat alerts we still issue. Kim talked about this as well, that we have our excessive heat watches and warnings and our heat advisories. The heat risk is not meant to supplant that, just like the wet bulb globe temperature isn't, or heat index isn't. It's a framework and this additional information to get folks to help make these decisions. So forecasters in weather offices across the Western US do look at heat risk and use it when they're trying to make the determination of when and where to issue those different alerts. On the next slide, I have an example that some verification that heat risk works. So we were able to work with the Maricopa County Department of Public Health, and we accessed emergency room visit data for 2022. And that's what you see here plotted as the bar, just a relative percent of how many people went to the emergency room due to heat-related illness. Last year it was on the order of about 2,000 or so people. Color coding it by the heat risk days, you see that it does line up and do a fairly good job of predicting that. So on the top left inset bar chart, you see averaged out by the different categories for heat risk. And as we go up into those different categories, you certainly see an increasing impact. The little stars indicate the days that my office issued an excessive heat warning. And so we certainly were hitting those spikes in the illnesses that were happening. But there's still illness that there's emergency room visits that are happening, illnesses that are being visited all the way from last year was late March through October. So you still have a lot of impacts even without a heat warning in effect. On the next slide, this is another example of verification work. And these are data that were not used in creating heat risk. I want to make sure to point that out as well. Here we looked at emergency room visit data, emergency department data from CDC, and this is averaged out based on the different FEMA regions, essentially. Very strong correlation when we look at this data, somewhere between 0.7 to 0.95 across the entire US. And this graphic is available on the heat risk website as well to look at. So we know that heat risk works. It does a good job of indicating when we would anticipate more impacts to occur. So on my final slide, I'll just close. There's a little loop here of what heat risk looked like across the US for our observed stations. This summer, the updates that we're going to be doing, like I mentioned, we're going to be having a national prototype that's going to be coming out. We're working on a probabilistic, point-based probabilistic heat risk information, and we are updating our training that folks will be able to take on heat risk. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Our next presenter is Lauren Jensen. She's a Presidential Management Fellow with the Office of Climate Change and Health Equity, or OCHE, where she works on the Climate and Health Outlook, as well as interagency working groups to further community climate resilience and federal health system decarbonization efforts. Before joining OCHE, Lauren received her Master's of Public Health and Master of City and Regional Planning from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, where she worked with researchers at the University of Arizona and Arizona State University to develop the plan integration for resilience scorecard for heat to assess the impact of local plans and policies on heat risk. Lauren.
Thank you so much for the introduction, Kim, and thank you to NIHHIS for the chance to share more about the Office of Climate Change and Health Equity's Climate and Health Outlook. Next slide, please. I would like to start by saying that the Climate and Health Outlook would not be possible without the hard work of so many people, including others on the OCHE team, as well as our many partners across the federal, state, and local government. Next slide, please. So the Climate and Health Outlook is a 30 to 90-day seasonal to subseasonal forecast for health that includes prospective and retrospective information on climate-related health hazards. So far, we've included information on heat, drought, wildfire, hurricane, Lyme disease, pollen, and spring flooding. And this here is our most recent edition, which was released on April 5th. And on the left, you can see our website. And if you click on the blue button that's boxed in red here, that'll take you to the PDF, which is on the right. In general, we see the PDF as something that the public and the media can use to succinctly understand major upcoming climate health threats, whereas the web version contains more detailed information and resources that may be of more use to practitioners. Next slide, please. On page 1 of the PDF, we provide regional forecasts for the coming month, and this is from our August 2022 edition. As you can see on the left here, last August, there were 115 counties in Texas, 62 counties in Kansas, and 57 counties in Oklahoma that were projected to have more than 5 heat exceedance days, or days when the daily maximum temperature is above the 95th percentile value of the historical temperature distribution in that county. This forecast is based on the NOAA Climate Prediction Center's probabilistic outlook of temperatures being above, below, or near normal for that month. A county's normal temperature is based on the 30-year average from 1991 to 2020. Next slide, please. On this next slide is an example of prospective forecast for heat. And this is from our July 2022 edition. So on the top left, you can see a map that was adapted from the CDC Heat and Health Tracker to show which counties are forecast to see extremely hot days in the coming month. And on the bottom left, we highlight some of the ways in which heat affects health. And then on the right, we emphasize who is at high risk from heat in the counties projected to have more than 5 expected extremely hot days that month. Next slide, please. This slide will show a closer look at the heat forecast and county level risk factors. So we take the most effective counties from the map on the left, or those that are forecasted to experience more than 5 extremely hot days, and we look at who lives there. So in the call-out box on the right, you can see some of the factors that may make people more at risk of heat-related illness. So here we have people over age 65 and living alone, people without health insurance, uninsured children, and people living in rural areas. Next slide, please. And in addition to prospective information, we also provide retrospective information. So here's a retrospective on the summer heat season from our November to January edition. And on the left, we have a map depicting the number of days in 2022 when a county's maximum temperature exceeded its 95th percentile, thus indicating an abnormally hot day. You can see that Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, Kansas, and Nebraska all experienced more than a month's worth of hot temperatures in 2022. On the right, we have a graphic comparing the rate of heat-related illness per 100,000 emergency department visits from April to September in 2022 with the rate observed in 2018 to 2021 for the same months. The average heat-related illness rates in 2022 were higher in 7 out of 10 HHS regions when compared to the average rates in 2018 to 2021. Next slide, please. We've also highlighted the ways in which other HHS agencies work with states to respond to extreme heat and to protect vulnerable populations. So here you can see information about the increase in funding from the Administration for Children and Families Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program, or LIHEAP, in recent years to mitigate heat stress. This program helps to ensure that households can stay safe and cool in their homes through initiatives that assist families with energy costs. Funding for cooling increased from $202 million in 2015 to almost $464 million in 2020. Next slide, please. We also included information about the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services approval of a Medicaid waiver from the Oregon Health Plan to cover the cost of medically necessary air conditioners, air filters, and other equipment for Medicaid recipients. A panel tomorrow afternoon will go into more detail on how states are using federal funds from LIHEAP and CMS to combat heat in the home. Next slide, please. Lastly, the Outlook provides resources to take proactive action, including information for people who work outdoors and best practices for emergency managers and clinicians. We often include resources on our website that don't fit into the PDF. So check out our website for more resources. Next slide, please. And if you'd like to receive information from OCHI, including updates on when new editions of the Climate and Health Outlook are published, please subscribe here to receive OCHI alerts using this QR code. Our May edition of the Outlook will be published next week, and for this edition, we collaborated with the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, or NHTSA, to include a spotlight on pediatric vehicular heat stroke deaths. NHTSA collaborates with an organization called No Heat Stroke to provide messaging on preventing child heat stroke deaths, and we're exploring opportunities to partner with them so that they can use the forecast information available in the Climate and Health Outlook to target messaging to areas of the country that are expected to see the most extremely hot days each month. We're also working to develop a geospatial platform to host a Climate and Health Outlook, where users can easily find their county of residence and see which climate events are forecasted for their county in the coming months, as well as information on county-specific risk factors. Users will also be able to download the data used to produce the Outlook for their own use. So please subscribe to receive OCHI alerts and stay tuned for updates on this. Next slide, please. Thank you all so much for your time, and please don't hesitate to email us at ochi@hhs.gov if you have any feedback or questions. We would love to hear from you. And here's a QR code that will take you to our website for more information and resources. And lastly, we have a couple of questions for you to gather your feedback on the Outlook. So we would really appreciate it if you're able to go to menti.com, that's MENTI.com, on your phone or computer and enter the QR code that's on the screen here and respond to our poll. Thank you so much.
And we're just giving everyone a few minutes to go to menti.com and use the code 397813 in order to provide their input. So while we're allowing everyone some time to provide their input, I just want to say thank you to Paul and Lauren. We are going to give about another 2 minutes for people to go to menti.com and continue providing their input. So the code can be found at the very top. It's a little, it's covering a image. The code is 397813. Thanks, Hunter, for putting it in the chat. All right. My clock is getting close, so okay, my clock is reading 2:35. I'm going to hand it back over to Victoria.
Yes, thanks, Kim. Thanks to the speakers. Now we're going to switch to Hunter and I are going to co-host again a session on urban heat islands. This one is a little longer than the ones we've had so far. The reason being that last year we had to keep the heat island session for NIHHIS National a little short. And so we wanted to do this one and also give some time for Q&A. So you can enter questions during please do for the speakers during the session. But first, I'm going to do a little introduction about what EPA is up to, and then show a video, and then Hunter will talk about all the great work that NOAA is doing on heat islands. As I mentioned at the very beginning, I manage the EPA's Heat Island Reduction Program, which is a technical assistance and outreach program working with local governments and state governments to help them understand the different policy mechanisms they can take to alter the built environment to increase greenery, increase cool surfaces like cool roofs and cool pavements, use smart growth services or practices, increase electric vehicles and other ways to reduce waste heat, and anything we can do in the way we develop our cities to keep them cool so that we don't have as much of a heat island. Therefore, when a heat wave comes or something else happens like that, the city is a little bit cooler to begin with, or at least some parts of the city. So I will put our website in the chat. Please reach out. We have a newsletter you can sign up for. We do webinars, and we are updating our website. The most recent thing I'll point out is that we have a webpage on equity, the links between heat islands and equity. And we've assessed the latest science on that, sort of showing what the evidence is to verify that there are inequities with who experiences heat waves and heat islands, and how that sometimes ties back to historic practices like redlining. I don't know, Hunter, do you want to go next, or should we show the video? Maybe you should go next.
Yeah, why don't I do that?
Yeah.
And then just to kind of build on what Victoria was mentioning, I think many of you are familiar with the NIHHIS Urban Heat Island Mapping Campaign. So it's one of the urban heat islands are one of the foci of NIHHIS as well. We run them as citizen science projects with private sector partner Kappa Strategies, and we've reached over 60 communities by doing these citizen science heat mapping campaigns. With 14, we're reaching 14 communities in 14 states actually this summer. So an announcement went out recently about the new communities that we'll be working with, as well as one international community, Santiago. We did 2 international communities last year, and the campaigns are really exciting. We basically equip volunteers with sensors. They drive around, or bikes sometimes, to collect air temperature and humidity data, and that's used to generate maps ultimately of the differences in temperature at the neighborhood scale. And then we even have a really nice feature on heat.gov where you can go look at the maps that were generated, as well as the White House CGES tool that shows where disadvantaged communities are, and you can see how the heat lines up, the heat differential lines up with those disadvantaged communities. So some really exciting projects have come out of it. We open for applications every fall. So if your community has not yet done the mapping with us, we'd love to see an application from you once that process opens next fall. And so with that, maybe we can transition to the video that Victoria has identified.
Yes, thanks. Instead of slides, we wanted to give this to you to explain what the heat island is. Enjoy. It's 3.5 minutes long.
This is downtown Las Vegas. And And this is the small town of Nelson, Nevada. Same state, same climate, and only 30 miles apart. But on average, Las Vegas is 7 degrees warmer than its rural counterpart. This is called the urban heat island effect, and it's playing out in cities all over the country. Here's the basic idea. Black pavement absorbs and holds a lot of heat. Tall buildings cause city air to stagnate and warm up instead of mixing. Tailpipes, factories, and houses leak out hot exhaust and more heat. And a city without a lot of tree cover doesn't get the shade and moisture that might help it cool down. Put that all together and you get a place that's several degrees warmer than its neighbors.
Cities are getting hotter about twice as fast as their suburban or rural hinterland.
More than half of Americans live in cities, and those few degrees and more frequent heat waves caused by climate change can be deadly. This is especially true for fence-line communities, which are typically low-income neighborhoods of color that border heavy industry. They become hotspots within urban heat islands. These areas often lack green spaces, and residents might have a harder time affording air conditioning. This leaves those neighborhoods more vulnerable to heat waves. Take the 1995 Chicago heat wave. Over the course of a week, temperatures spiked into the hundreds. More than 700 people died, many of whom were low-income or elderly residents living in the urban core. Those neighborhoods were 2 to 4 degrees warmer than the rest of the region. There are, however, some things we can do to address the urban heat island effect. Brighter streets and roofs reflect light and absorb less heat. Plants and trees provide shade and moisture that cools down the air. And designing a city with good walking, biking, and transit options means fewer tailpipes to heat up the roads. Last year, New York City launched a huge effort to cool down. The city sees more than 100 heat-related deaths every year. Many of those deaths are in low-income neighborhoods and communities of color. So the city is investing $106 million into addressing the public health threat. And they're focusing on heat-vulnerable, industry-heavy neighborhoods like Hunts Point in the South Bronx. They're installing green roofs and planting trees on the streets. And they'll start working with community-based organizations to send volunteers and health workers to check in on New Yorkers who are the most at risk during heat waves.
We want to reach the most vulnerable people within the community. Seniors, people that might be up on the 11th or 12th floor of high-rise buildings, people without air conditioning, people where there might be a language barrier.
And here's the cool thing. A lot of these solutions also help fight climate change.
Cities are our last best hope in the war against climate change. And urban heat islands are the way to motivate us.
We live in a warming world, and some places are warming a lot faster than others. So as we work to combat climate change, cooling down our cities, where a lot of us live, could be an important place to start.
Thanks for watching, and if you want to learn more about the hottest neighborhoods in New York City, check out my reporting at grist.org.
Okay.
So, yeah, that was great. Thank you for listening, and I'll turn it over to Hunter to introduce our first speaker. We'll have 4 speakers. 2 are case studies of on-the-ground work on heat island mitigation, and then 1 is an assessment of tree canopy, and then we have a virtual reality demonstration, which is going to be great. Over to you, Hunter.
Thank you very much. And the good news is we will be focusing on one of the great things that you can do to mitigate urban heat islands, tree canopy. I'd like to introduce Jarlath O'Neill Dunn. He's the director of the University of Vermont's Spatial Analysis Laboratory in the Rubenstein School. Over the years, his research has focused on the application of geospatial technology to a broad range of natural resource-related issues, such as disaster response, environmental justice, wildlife habitat mapping, and community health. The results of his tree canopy assessments have been used by dozens of communities to establish tree canopy goals. He also works with federal, state, and local agencies to improve the use of drone technology for disaster response and recovery. Thank you for being with us, and over to you.
Hey, thanks so much, Hunter. Great to be here, and I'll do my best to move quickly through these slides. It's just great to talk with all of you. As we heard, right, the urban heat island's a serious issue, and trees not only help with the urban heat island, they help with so many things, from our sense of well-being and happiness. And there's even really good evidence out there that they reduce crime. So I'm really thrilled to present the work from the team I lead here at the University of Vermont in collaboration with my colleagues at the U.S. Forest Service. So next slide. I got my start doing assessments from above with satellite imagery. Next slide. My early career work was looking at high elevation forest decline, so not in urban areas at all. And then next slide, when I moved to urban areas, and I was really privileged to be part of the U.S. Forest Service, New York City, University of Vermont team that worked on New York City's Million Tree Initiative, I realized that there was this absolute need for data analytics around tree canopy in the urban environment, right? And if we go to the next slide, this was at a time when everyone in city government started using data analytics, public works, the police, right? And then we saw it in all of the slides earlier, right, on how we're using it for the heat. And so you can imagine if you're trying to mitigate against heat and trying to increase tree canopy, and you want to be able to set tree canopy goals, you want to track change over the time, how do you do that if you don't know what you have? And so part of my job and what my team specializes in is helping to tell the story of a community's tree canopy so that they have access to these tree canopy analytics. So next slide. We can map the tree canopy in many different ways to get at this missing piece of the puzzle. And so next slide, we do this on the ground, right? And this is incredibly valuable, but obviously we cannot reach every single tree on the ground. As crucial as this information is on health, it's just something that's not feasible in really any of our urban areas. Next slide. So if we look at our complexity of our environment, even though we have these great national mapping data sets. And so if we go to the next image here, you can see our 30-meter national land cover tree canopy overlaid on imagery in New York City, right? It's great as an assessment of our forests nationally, and our tree canopy nationally just doesn't do the city of New York justice, especially when you think about thousands of dollars that a city spends to put a tree in the ground. So in the next slide, what we do here is we make use of high resolution remotely sensed data, such as imagery that you see here, true color. We'll go to the next slide here. You can see that in color infrared, right? So we can see light that we as humans cannot see. The vegetation really pops out. But in urban areas, mapping trees is incredibly difficult because we've got all those shadows there. So things hide. And so if we go to the next slide and we take a look at LiDAR data, here, and this is a height above ground model. What's great about LiDAR is because we're shooting lasers, and don't worry, you don't need to put your tinfoil hat on. It's light that we cannot see, but it creates these wonderful 3D models that are not sensitive to the shadowing effects at all. And in the next slide, what we see here is the type of detail that we capture, right? So our goal is to capture each and every tree with over 99% accuracy. And we don't just map tree canopy, but if we look at our next slide here, we like to say that we map your green, your gray, your brown, and your blue infrastructure so that you have a comprehensive accounting. And this fills in that missing piece of the puzzle, right? For years, we've mapped our property parcels for taxation purposes. We've mapped our roads so we can route our FedEx trucks around, right? We map our buildings so that we understand square footage. We map all of this other infrastructure out there for public works, and tree canopy has always been missing. We're really proud to change that so that we can make sense of it in relation to other factors, such as the urban heat island. So let's take a look at some of the questions that we can answer. So next slide here, basic one, who owns the trees, right? Trees provide a public good for community, but what's interesting in many cities, like what you see in this example here, most of them are often owned by the residents. So we really need to engage our private landowners in order to mitigate the urban heat island and to do all the other great things that trees provide, from reducing stormwater to helping with wildlife habitat. Next slide. We also want to figure out, is the tree canopy equitably distributed? These results are from the city of Los Angeles. The city has a pretty robust tree canopy, over 20%, but 1% of the population in the city of Los Angeles controls 20% of the tree canopy. That's not at all equitable. And that explains why when you see the effects of the urban heat island, and when you look at the effects that has on deaths and heat illness, right, it's primarily in those communities with low tree canopy that have historically been disadvantaged. And so next slide, we can also give really important accounting. So our new technology now allows us to say, hey, let's take a look at the individual trees that you see with the dots there, and let's take a look at the size of those trees so that we can help inform your community. And here's that information overlaid on imagery. And then if we look at the next slide here, Here it is overlaid on LiDAR. And I think one of the great things that we've done in working with communities is if we go to the next slide, we can just say, hey, how many trees do you have? And when everyone is clamoring for limited city budgets and funds, right? You never hear cities say, hey, we've got extra money. What do you want to do with it? I think when we've changed things, rather than just saying, hey, trees are good, help us out, give us more money, when a city agency can say, you know, we've got 4.8 million trees in our city, and X percentage are in residential, right? Whatever is in the public land. We need to be able to fund these, to be able to maintain them, to be able to care for them so that we can address these critical issues affecting our areas. And if we go to the next slide here, one of the great things that we've been able to do, thanks to all the wonderful data we have, is track the change over time to get at these questions of are we making an impact, or are we losing tree canopy, and what's going to be the long-term effects of that for equity, for justice, for the heat island, for stormwater, whatever these effects are. So if we go through the next slide here, we can see this is a New York City example, right? And it's kind of hard to see what happens, but in the next slide, we're going to take a look at the LiDAR. And then if we go to the next slide, the LiDAR from the subsequent date. LiDAR is really, really great. This laser technology that gives us this really, really precise accounting. You've probably heard all this stuff around artificial intelligence. It's really, really great. But when you hear accuracy assessment results and someone says we're 97% accurate, but most tree canopy change is at a 1 to 3%, right? That's not precise enough. And LiDAR technology allows us to really, really dial it in here. And so if we look at the next slide here, what we see is this is our tree canopy change mapping, and I'd like to draw your attention to those orange areas. You see how they appear rough? And that's because there's tree canopy there in 2010, but it got lost. And let's go to the next slide, and it's an example from New York City, and then we see in 2017 those areas are smooth because that tree canopy has been lost, and that's concerning. But what's also great is we see all that little green growth, the tree canopy gains around those other areas. So this enables us to ask other questions. So where are these gains and losses happening, and what are the drivers? So let's go to the next slide here. This is an example from the city of Boston. This is each one of their neighborhoods, and it's colored by land use. And you can see the legend in the lower right there. So tree canopy gains are to the right and tree canopy losses are to the left. And what you see across the neighborhoods in Boston, not only is the story of tree canopy change incredibly diverse with respect to the neighborhoods, it's diverse within those neighborhoods. Dorchester gaining tree canopy in all land uses, but losing in the residential areas, right? And then you take a look at something like West Roxbury, losing in every single land use category except public open space. And this is very powerful because maybe the need in West Roxbury is we need to reach out to all landowners except the public open space. Even the street trees there and the rights of way are running into issues. Dorchester, perhaps the focus needs to be on increasing or maintaining tree canopy within the residential areas. And perhaps in some place like East Boston, we see the effects of urban forestry policy to increase tree canopy in a very urbanized area that's subject to the urban heat island to be very, very successful. So we'll just wrap up with a few examples here. We'll go to the next slide, showing percent tree canopy for the city of Boston. Maps are great for showing this stuff. And then if we go to the next slide, we'll take a look at the urban heat island, making wonderful use of some of the products that have been introduced and Hunter and his team produced. And then the next one, we can go to tree canopy change. And it's pretty clear to see through this series of slides, if you were to flip back and forth with them, that heat highly correlated with tree canopy. But the good news is that we're seeing tree canopy increasing in those areas that traditionally have also had the highest heat. So it's not just that, hey, low tree canopy, high heat, you know, too bad for you. It's like, hey, you're actually making real progress in these areas. And this information is important so that communities can prioritize their goals going forward. And so, Hunter, that's it from me. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Jarlis. That was really interesting. I know one of the most common questions I get in my job is, how do I know how many trees I have in my city, and where are they and where should I put them? So now I have another expert I can turn to for help. Next speaker, folks, we do have time for Q&A, so please put them in the chat. I think at the end, we probably will have some time after all of our speakers. So we'll save them up for everyone as they come in. The next speaker is Brianna Moland. She is an air quality planner and a climate coordinator with the Sacramento Metropolitan Air Quality Management District, Sacramento, California. She has over 8 years of planning experience, including a Bachelor of Science degree in Conservation and Resource Studies from the University of California, Berkeley. She also has a Master of Arts degree in Climate and Society from Columbia University in New York City. And she's going to tell us about some of the innovative things that they're doing in the air quality district for reducing heat. You're on, Brianna.
Thank you so much, Victoria. So my name is Brianna Moland. I'm with the Sacramento Metropolitan Air Quality Management District, and I'll be presenting our Capital Region Urban Heat Island Mitigation Project. So this project really aimed to explore the correlation between transportation and the urban heat island effect. Roads, pavements, and heat from combustion engines and cars and trucks are major contributors to the urban heat island effect. Transportation infrastructure is also vulnerable to extreme heat in terms of the weakening of pavement and higher maintenance costs. And so this project was from May 2018 to February 2022 and was in partnership with the Capital Region Climate Readiness Collaborative, who determined that temperature and extreme heat are the main climate challenges in the Sacramento region. Project goals were really to understand and reduce urban heat in the region, model the urban heat islands at local and regional scales, identify areas with the worst heat islands, evaluate effective heat island strategies, and then the project findings were incorporated into a transportation urban heat mitigation plan. Next slide, please. Thank you. So urban heat in Sacramento is shaped by atmospheric currents that shift urban heat north and east into the foothills and non-urban communities. As a result of climate change, this region is going to get hotter, with summers projected to have over 40 days above 100 degrees Fahrenheit by 2050. And this rising heat will be made worse by the urban heat island effect. Next slide. So the project evaluated various heat island strategies with input from impacted communities and found that different strategies affect urban heat differently throughout the day. For example, urban tree canopy is most effective at cooling at night, but cool roofs and cool pavements are more effective during the afternoon. So in the scenario presented on this slide, albedo was increased to 35% and vegetation cover was increased to 12%. And we can see the overall cooling impacts in the region. So in the same way that warm air is shifted upwind, cooler air can be transported throughout the region when cooling strategies are implemented. So when communities downwind and their upwind partners both implement heat island reduction strategies, cooling impacts can actually double. So also shown on this map are disadvantaged communities, and they're mapped out in the color teal. So urban heat islands disproportionately impact low-income and underserved neighborhoods, which typically are underinvested in. And these neighborhoods typically have less street trees, parks, gardens, and other outdoor spaces that provide cooling benefits. These communities should be prioritized for heat mitigation, and the project did include a rigorous community engagement plan with these communities. Next slide. So project findings were presented to various jurisdictions in the Sacramento region, and many expressed interest in adopting heat island reduction strategies. So for example, the city of Folsom now has a cool city strategy in its comprehensive plan, and that strategy emphasizes the importance of cool pavements, cool roofs, and increasing tree canopy throughout the city. The city of Elk Grove actually incorporated urban heat island enhancements in its Old Town Plaza improvements project and added cool pavement to one of its new parking lots. They plan on monitoring temperature out at the new parking lot and comparing that to a more traditional parking lot, just to make sure they're realizing their cooling benefits. The city of Roseville replaced some of its asphalt streets with roller compacted concrete to not only save on maintenance costs, because of the longer lifespan of the new product, but to also cool the roads during the day and brighten the roads at night. However, some cities have not implemented urban heat mitigation projects, and some of the reasoning could be the perceived costs, staffing challenges and limited capacity, unfamiliarity with materials and construction procedures, and also community concerns with changes in their neighborhoods. Potential solutions to these barriers could be explaining the co-benefits of mitigation measures, finding alignment with state priorities and other sources of funding, and developing a cost database for different products to compare prices. Developing informational guidance that can also be distributed to community stakeholders as well as staff would also be beneficial. Next slide. One tool that could help eliminate barriers to implementation of these strategies is the California Emissions Estimator Model, or CALI-MOD, and the associated Greenhouse Gas Handbook. Typically used for air quality and land use planning in California, CALI-MOD now evaluates climate hazards such as extreme heat and provides climate risk mitigation measures. This tool can be used to determine which mitigation measures should be included in a project to increase adaptive capacity to local climate risks. Next slide, please. So this is a snapshot of a demonstration of the CALI-MOD tool. And this example is actually looking at a land use project located in Sacramento, California, where temperature and extreme heat are major climate risks. And this climate risk model in CALI-MOD is able to score the risks of a project based on 8 pre-selected climate-related hazards. And this project, this is based on project location and associated climate risks. Temperature and extreme heat are included as one of the pre-selected climate hazards. And these hazards are scored on a scale of 1 to 5, with 5 being the most vulnerable. So if we look at the top of this slide, we see that the initial vulnerability score for this project was a 4 out of 5, which is very high. But once implementation of reduction measures are implemented, the vulnerability score actually reduces down to a 1. And so in the middle of the screen, we see the climate risk reduction measures. And at the very bottom, we see that installing a heat reducing roof is one of those mitigation measures. And at the very bottom, we see some of the co-benefits of implementing those measures. So we can see that improved air quality and improved public health are benefits of that mitigation measure. Next slide, please. So the Sacramento Metropolitan Air Quality Management District advocates for urban heat island mitigation. We support local jurisdictions by providing recommendations and technical assistance. Currently, we're developing some fact sheets for local jurisdictions to aid mitigation policy development in their new projects. We believe that it's important to continue to share data and the benefits of urban heat mitigation. Our recommendation and our takeaway from this meeting would be to create a national database of best practices, just based on what we're learning through this National Heat Health meeting. And research at the federal level could quantify the benefits of urban heat island mitigation, and then develop national urban heat island policies based on the quantified benefits. And then from there, provide federal funding opportunities for infrastructure projects that include urban heat island mitigation measures and cooling strategies. So finally, if urban heat reduction projects are implemented at local and regional scales, they can deliver local and regional cooling, strengthen our infrastructure against climate risks, protect public health, and improve quality of life. Thank you. It's my last slide.
Thank you very much, Brianna. And with that, we'll move on to our next presentation. Get ready. We're going to go into some VR. And I'd like to introduce 2 new speakers. One is Juan Pablo Hurtado, who was born in La Paz, Bolivia, but came to the US to earn a master in chemical engineering from the University of Maryland, College Park. After becoming an expert on electron microscopy at UMD, he was hired by the National Museum of Natural History as a microscopy educator. His passion for science, communication, and education brought him to NOAA, where he is now part of the National Environmental Satellite Data and Information Service, NESDIS, Visualization Lab, and the Office of Education Science on a Sphere program. Juan Pablo develops educational content using GIS data and visualization tools, including virtual reality, which we will soon see. And he'll be joined by Rafa Diamoyer, who is an expert in Earth systems and NOAA data visualizations. And he is the lead of the NOAA Environmental Visualization Lab, also known as the NOAA Viz Lab. The NOAA Viz Lab is a productive team that is engaged in preparing a wide variety of communications and educational products for NOAA. This includes, but is not limited to, daily content for websites and social media, as well as a multitude of near real-time geospatial data services and applications, including the NIHHIS urban heat island data from the mapping campaigns, which I believe we might also see briefly. Over to you two. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hunter. Hi, everyone. I'm Rafael Damir, Rafa, and I'm just going to speak here for a couple of minutes, mostly to let you all know that behind this, there's a whole team of people, the Viz Lab, working hard to publish these services and keep them up and running. And what are these services? Well, you know, the Viz Lab was tasked with publishing and maintaining the NOAA Urban Heat Island data as geospatial services. We have our own Esri ArcGIS servers that anyone, the public, can access. And these services that we're publishing have a long tail of applications and experiences that have been developed for different audiences and different uses. As an example, what I'm gonna share here in the chat, I shared a link there to a web map application, and you know, folks, feel free to visit it if you want. You'll see there very quickly that you know, I'm wondering if I can actually go ahead and share my screen and show it a little bit, but it's not necessary. You can visit it on your own as I'm speaking, but you'll kind of like get the impression that, well, this is a great web map application that has all the data from the campaigns that was run in Charleston, but it's perhaps a bit too technical for the general public, right? So this application is perhaps a good way to show something to a planner or somebody who knows how to add this data to other data layers, hence the interoperability of geospatial data. But to test out ways to make the data as accessible and understandable as possible to the public, we started developing other applications, which includes like a story map and a 3D application that we converted into a VR application, together with Eric Hackathorn from the NOAA Global Systems Laboratory. You know, Juan Pablo and Eric Hackathorn are really the ones who made this happen. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Juan Pablo, who will talk about this application and how we got there.
Thank you, Rafa. I'm just going to share my screen here and show you a little bit more about what we have done with the data that we got. So first I want to show a little bit more of detail of what you're going to be seeing on the VR application, but this is definitely a format that's much more accessible for everybody. So as Rafa mentioned, we have a lot of data that we were processing for the CPO office in terms of the temperatures for different cities. And I want to tell you a little bit about the story of how this whole project came together. I actually was invited to a Juneteenth celebration in Ward 7 in Washington, D.C., which is around here. And well, as you know, I'm part of the Science on the Sphere program. This is usually a tool that we use in terms of global data. So when I was invited there, I wanted to take something that it was a little bit more closer to the neighborhood, something that they could actually reflect themselves on. So global data, even though it's beautiful and it's amazing, sometimes it kind of makes you not being part of what you're seeing. So I actually was processing this data with the Viz Lab, and I said, maybe I can create something with this. So I was able to create a very simple, and this was the first one, a swipe application where you could see the satellite imagery and the heat temperature layer. And I took it there and I put it on the neighborhood, and people was actually very, very, very interested about it. Like, we didn't know that there was a difference of temperature between neighborhoods, and we didn't know that the canopy or surface colors of things or the itself construction of our neighborhoods will affect us. So there was a lot of interest, and that was a great feedback for me, because then I was able to start creating more. And as you can see, I'm gonna get a little bit closer with this map. So in this map, we put more than a couple things together. So this is actually a 3D map where we were able to collect the NOAA data that we got, which is the color here. That's going to reflect darker the color, higher the temperature. You can see that usually in big highways, parking lots, spaces without a lot of trees, there is definitely a big increase on them. Then we actually mixed it with data that was free and available from the Washington, D.C. government. Like, for example, these 3D buildings. The 3D buildings that we have here were a product for the Washington city and Washington, D.C. city, and also the trees that we were able to pull from their data. So putting all these things together, we were able to create a very interactive map of the urban heat islands in Washington, D.C. And this is where Eric Hackathon came in. We showed him this project, and he was like, we should put this on VR. Virtual reality. He's a developer in virtual reality. I'm not a developer in virtual reality. I develop all these layers and data, but he was the person who put all that together on a virtual reality application. And it was really interesting because we were able to do more, like even flying. You're going to be seeing it on a second. It's a little bit harder to do a demo without having the actual headset, but you're going to have an opportunity to see that. And the idea of this whole project was to bring the data to the people. So I think there is always a big problem that we have. There is a huge divide between data, information, and education. So we always want to make decisions based on data and education, but I think people needs to see that data, needs to understand that data. And for me, that's a personal mission. I really enjoy trying to communicate that for them. We are a government agency, so we cannot advocate for policies or things like that. But what we can do is actually provide the data in a way that people can actually understand and make decisions upon. So this is what we do. And if I move a little bit lower, I'm going to start showing you the actual story map that we developed. So we developed not only layers, but we create a narrative that included this. So what we did is we went for the highest temperature neighborhood, which is, first the lowest temperature neighborhood, which is Colonial Village. We had a brief story of why is the lowest temperature, what are the socioeconomic characteristics of this, what is the temperature, and how much a house and the medium income is there. I think that was a very important part of the narrative here. Then we moved to the hottest neighborhood in Washington, D.C., which is Parkview. It's not the poorest. It's by far not the poorest because the average house is $765,000. And the medium income is $125,000. So even though in many cities there's a very good correlation between redlining and the urban heat effect, in Washington D.C. is a little bit different. I would say it's historical correlation. There is more like a more modern correlation with that. So then we moved to the richest neighborhood in Washington D.C., which is Spring Valley in Kent, where you can see the houses around $2.5 to $2.3 million, and the median house income is above $250,000. And we decided to visit the poorest neighborhood in Washington, D.C., which is at the south section in Washington, D.C., where the income is $156,000, and the price of the houses are $156,000, and the median income is $25,000. And you can see to the left side, the images, you don't see a big tree coverage over there. So that's gonna definitely have a big effect. And finally, we were able to show the actual place where this all was inspired, which was the Fountain Center. That's the place where I visited 1 year ago. And I'm coming back this coming Juneteenth to show them the VR experience, to get their feedback, to get their opinion, and also to show all these other products that we have created with it. So with that, I think it's a good time to go for the VR experience. So if I think Morgan is going to share that. If you have any questions, thank you for all your attention here.
That there is Eric Hackathorn. There will be a sound to it, but as the experience begins, there we're going into his VR cave, where I think it's part of Mordo of Lord of the Rings. And what he's going to do is he's going to initialize that application there, and go into it. It's still by invitation only. So if any of you actually want to experience it, please let us know. Maybe share your email with the organizers or with us in the chat here and let us know that you would like to perhaps experience it, and we'll find out a way to get you an invitation. And you can see there that the app is initializing there. And I think we should start hearing sound any second now from that video as he
Extreme heat has been the greatest weather-related cause of death in the U.S. for the past 30 years. However, it does not affect everyone the same. People who live in neighborhoods with a lot of heat-absorbing surfaces, such as parking lots, highways, and little shade, will be exposed to higher temperatures than other neighborhoods with fewer heat-absorbing structures and large tree coverage. This is referred to as the urban heat island, or UHI effect. As a result, highly developed city areas can experience mid-afternoon temperatures that are 8 to 10 degrees Celsius or 15 to 20 degrees Fahrenheit warmer than other areas within the same city, with little cooling occurring overnight. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, working with partner CAPA Strategies, developed and supports a process for cities to conduct a volunteer-based community science field campaign that engages residents in a scientific study to map and understand how heat is distributed in their communities. These on-the-ground collected data are combined with satellite imagery, and using a machine learning process, high-resolution maps are generated that have been used in city sustainability plans, public health practices, and urban forestry efforts. Here, NOAA demonstrates how these maps can be used in a VR experience in combination with other public data, such as Washington, D.C. 3D buildings and satellite images, to visualize the UHI effect in a virtual world environment. We will visit 4 different neighborhoods around Washington, D.C. in an example of community government partnership to better understand neighborhood differences and potential solutions.
Press the next tour stop button to continue.
The Colonial Village neighborhood is literally the coolest place in Washington, D.C. This neighborhood is located at the very northern tip of the diamond-shaped district, just next to Rock Creek Park, the largest park in the area. Colonial Village was found to be 4.4 degrees Celsius or 8 degrees Fahrenheit cooler than the average temperature for the city, due to a high tree canopy coverage at 67%, which provides significant cooling on hot days. Typically, during the summer, winds blow from the south, and since this neighborhood is at the northern end of Rock Creek Park, the park acts as a cooling station for Colonial Village. The shape and space between structures likely also help keep this area cool, as the neighborhood is predominantly detached 1 to 2 story single-family homes, allowing for good air circulation. The average house price in this neighborhood is $1.64 million, and the median household income is $175,000. Though already quite cool relative to the rest of Washington, D.C., this neighborhood could increase the reflectivity of its uncovered surfaces by applying light colors to them, which would further reduce the amount of heat energy absorbed.
Press the next tour stop button to continue.
The Parkview neighborhood has been shown to be the hottest in Washington, D.C. Parkview is in the northwest quadrant of the district, located just north of Howard University, a historically Black university, or HBCU. This area is covered with structures that greatly reduce airflow, such as 3-story row homes stacked together tightly and low tree canopy coverage. While there is a neighborhood park in this area, it contains very few trees and many heat-absorbing basketball and tennis courts, a parking lot, and playground structures with dark surfaces beneath them. The average house price in Parkview is $765,000, and the median household income is around $125,000. Based on this information, a lot can be done to bring down the outdoor temperatures in this area. Tree canopy could be increased by planting more trees in public areas. Washington, D.C. allows residents to request a street tree to be planted in front of their homes via a form. Residents can cool their homes by adding a green roof, which is a roof covered in vegetation, or painting it with a lighter color such as white.
Press the next tour stop button to continue.
The Spring Valley and Kent neighborhoods are located on the western tip of Washington, D.C., close to the Potomac River in Montgomery County in the state of Maryland. Spring Valley and Kent's residents include several politicians and corporate officers. These neighborhoods are closer to the city's average temperature, and they both have large tree canopy coverage. As you can see in these satellite images, these neighborhoods have very few exposed dark surfaces like parking lots. Structures in this neighborhood are mainly detached 1 to 2 story single family homes, allowing for good air circulation. The average house price in these neighborhoods is between $2.15 million and $2.3 million. The median household income is about $250,000. Even though these neighborhoods are not hotter than the rest of the district, temperatures could be lowered by increasing the tree coverage, implementing green or white roofs, or using lighter colors for uncovered surfaces and structures.
Press the next tour stop button to continue.
Washington Highlands is located in the southern tip of Washington, D.C., very close to the border of Prince George's County, Maryland. Washington Highlands is composed of mostly low-income and public housing apartment complexes. The temperatures around Washington Highlands are higher than the rest of the district by around 1 degree Celsius or 1.8 degrees Fahrenheit. This neighborhood has very low tree coverage and lots of heat-absorbing surfaces such as roads, highways, and parking lots, which intensify the urban heat island effect. The average home price in this neighborhood is $156,000, and the median household income is around $25,000. The neighborhood would greatly benefit from a large increase in tree coverage. However, trees would take several years to provide shade. Thus, other initiatives such as white or green roofs would greatly help to decrease the temperature of homes. Cooling and resilience centers would also provide communal spaces to mitigate the high temperatures.
Okay, if we could just pause the video, please.
Button to continue.
There we go. Thank you. I think there wasn't too much left, but I think we should probably move on. But I think we're going to get the links to the video and the story map shared in the chat here really soon. So thank you very much, both of you. We'll move on to the next presentation.
Yes, thank you, Juan Pablo and Rafa. I think I'll just add one thing that people who don't live in Washington, D.C. might not realize, but there are no skyscrapers. The city itself, there's kind of an informal practice of not having anything built taller than the Capitol building, which I think is 13 or 15 stories. So even though there are no big skyscrapers or high-rise places, the city still has a heat island, which I always find really interesting. And this was a really cool way to see it, virtual reality. Thanks, guys. And so moving on to our last presentation, we're going to hear about the city of Antonio in San Antonio in Texas. Murray Myers is with the city. He started his municipal career documenting and preserving trees as an intern in urban forestry for the town of Flower Mound. Since then, he has worked for the cities of Dallas, Fort Worth, and currently San Antonio. He's worked on projects like recycling ordinances, organics, diversion pilot projects, zero waste plans, and citywide climate action plans. In his current role at the city of San Antonio with the Office of Sustainability, he focuses on internal operations, assisting the city's departments with implementing climate strategies and tracking and reporting progress. He has been working on heat island mitigation strategies for the past 4 years and assists the office with overseeing. The city has a UHI delivery team, which he's going to tell you a little bit more about. So he oversees that and is piloting a really new, interesting pilot to install more cool pavements across the city. So Murray, I'll hand it over to you.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Victoria. My name is Murray Myers. I am in the Office of Sustainability with the great city of San Antonio. So over the past few years, or actually over the past decade, the city has had multiple heat mitigation programs However, it wasn't until recently that we started working more closely together and had a clear funding source for some of our mitigation programs. So on the next few slides, I'll highlight our current programs before the city's work was accelerated last summer. So on the next slide, you can see these are some of our top heat mitigation programs. There's 3 departments represented here: our Parks Department, Neighborhood and Housing Services, and Public Works. You can see under Parks, there's 12,000 trees planted every year through a variety of ways. Our Neighborhood and Housing Services Department installs reflective roofs on 200 to 300 homes per year. And then a few years ago, we were the first city in Texas to pilot cool pavement, and we focused on a marginalized neighborhood most impacted by urban heat islands. And on the next slide, you can see our strategy for implementing these types of programs. Oh, sorry, if you go back one. There, you can see we're a really data-driven organization. It's integrated into everything we do. So for tree canopy programs, we have a program called EquiTree, where our Parks Department utilizes equity data and heat data to prioritize neighborhoods most impacted by heat, and they could really benefit by tree plantings. Under One Roof uses the same strategy, and our cool pavement pilot a few years ago also utilized the same approach. You know, what are the areas most impacted by heat in vulnerable neighborhoods? And that's how we implement our strategies throughout the city. On the next slide, you can see, you know, we had a climate action plan that set the direction and the path for the city at large. Under our climate action plan, strategy number 20 is urban heat islands, and that created a lot of momentum for the work we do. But really what served as the catalyst was last summer in San Antonio. It was the hottest May, June, and July on record, number 1 for days over 100, number 2 for days over, number 2 for days over 100. And it got the attention of multiple people throughout the public, council members, and people started to realize that climate change isn't something you just see in the news. It's something we experience in San Antonio all the time, which drove a couple of new policies. And you can see the first one on the next slide. This perhaps is the largest accelerant in our work, which is what we call our Climate Action Fund, REASE Fund, which stands for Resiliency, Energy Efficiency, and Sustainability. It was created by one of our council members, Councilmember Anna Sandoval, and implemented by the city manager's office last fall. It's 8 to 10 million annually for programs related to climate action. You can see the 4 categories there: business incentives, UHI mitigation, leveraging federal funding, and small grants to community organizations. So it established a clear fund where we can move several projects across the organization throughout multiple departments, whether it's related to cool roofs, cool pavement, trees, shaded structures, anything related to urban heat island mitigation. On the next slide, you can see why it's really important to start working together as multiple departments and more departments get involved. On the previous slides, I showed there are 3 departments: Parks, Neighborhood and Housing Services, and Public Works, each responsible for their own tool related to heat mitigation. And they can be effective going their own way, but really the power is in multiple departments working together. So our city manager's office created a UHI delivery team. It's overseen by the Office of Sustainability and Innovation. You can see some of the departments here. Each one has their own tool where, you know, as you know, if you build anything, you're not going to just use a hammer with, you know, everything all the time. You've got to use multiple tools. And so as part of the structure, we have regular and ongoing meetings. There are mandatory work plans where departments must establish objectives and targets for heat mitigation programs that they're planning to implement. In addition to that, we have a more collaborative planning process as we're looking at future and upcoming pilots. On the next slide, you can see some of the data sets we use now. We rely on GreenLink Analytics. We also have a prototype that was developed by UTSA, our heat vulnerability tool. And then we also rely heavily on our equity matrix created by our Office of Equity in the city of San Antonio. So these are solid data sets. I wouldn't say these are the final data sets we'll use. Our data will most likely evolve into heat modeling and into sensors. And Hunter, you'll probably hear from us this fall because we're really interested in UHI mapping campaign grant. On the next slide, just really briefly, you can start to see that all the tools starting to come together in San Antonio. So what happens when there's collaboration, data, and resources combined and moving into one direction? And I'll highlight a couple of our upcoming projects. Next slide, please. One of the first ones that we're working on now, which should be completed in the next few months, is UTSA is developing a UHI high priority analysis where they're taking multiple data sets, equity, heat, health matrix, health metrics, and they're analyzing it and will create 20 priority hotspots for the city of San Antonio. It'll be more like a unified playbook where all the departments are kind of following the same direction, prioritizing the same area based on a variety of metrics instead of each department going its own way. We're also working with SWERI with a project called UHI Data Fusion. So you can see a lot of the departments have their own data sets, have their own maps. We have our maps. Metro Health has their maps. Public Works has their set of maps. Does it make sense for all of us to keep bouncing around between all these data sets and maps? So SWERI has started to collect dozens of the city's data sets to combine into one tool. And they're really interested to determine if a formula can be created in selecting a site and a mitigation tool, depending on the neighborhood, depending on the environment, so that it could possibly be replicated into other cities. So that project is ongoing, should be completed by the end of this year. And what's been initiated this week actually is our Cool Pavement pilots. So it's 10 pilots testing 5 different products, one in each council district. Again, the sites were selected based on equity, heat, and pavement conditions. On the next slide, you'll see we're going to take it a step further. So we were inspired by the city of Chelsea, and also we learned from the vision of Councilmember Sandoval, what happens when you move beyond cool pavement and you start combining all of these mitigation tools into one area: cool pavement, cool roofs, trees, shade structures, et cetera. So we're going to use the data that UTSA creates this year when they look at the 20 priority hotspots, and we're going to start selecting areas around San Antonio to start deploying all the strategies together at once. And we'll bring UTSA back to evaluate the results. We're also looking at updating our cool roof codes, and we have multiple city facilities with roofs that are on what's called a deferred maintenance plan, which means the city doesn't have funding right now to replace those roofs. But thanks to the Climate Action Fund, or the REASE Fund, we're able to tap into that funding and accelerate more cool roofs on city facilities. And then finally, you'll see what does it look like on a more larger scale cool pavement pilot. We have several parking lots throughout the city. The Alamo Dome, if there's any basketball fans, that's where the San Antonio Spurs used to play. You'll see the large parking lots on the right. It tends to be its own heat island. The theory is it's most likely releasing heat into that neighborhood on the east side all throughout the night and throughout the day. So it's a prime candidate for cool pavement, which we'll look at installing perhaps next year. We're also working with our aviation department. As you've seen any heat map, airports are really stand out. There's so much concrete, so much surface area. They're absorbing heat all throughout the day, releasing it at night. So we're teaming up with our aviation department to see if there's some pilots we can try there. And then finally, just a couple of lessons learned on the next slide. So our office, the Office of Sustainability, we're relatively small. The Office of Innovation that helps us coordinate the delivery team meetings is also relatively small. Can we get all of the city departments together in the same room? It's a struggle for us. And so we have to rely on city leadership, whether that's the mayor's office, the council office, or the city manager's office, to get everyone in the same room and to meet on a regular basis. So you need that top-down approach to at least get everyone starting to think together and come around a cohesive strategy. And this may be pretty obvious, but people are also really protective of their data sets. And we found we have to share first, and sometimes we lean on the side of sharing too much, so that we can start to build trust with other departments and they're willing to share data sets with us. So sometimes it can take a lot of time just getting the departments to trust us and share their own data sets so that we can come together with a unified vision. We also have found that the work plans mandated by the city manager's office help to ensure accountability. So a department, like I said earlier, is responsible for setting an objective and a target related to heat mitigation. And usually goals are set, sometimes they're forgotten about. We do regular check-ins to see, is this objective? Is it active? Is it delayed? Is it implemented? Have you just acknowledged it. And so it ensures accountability and lets the departments know, hey, we're taking this seriously and we're going to follow up on this at another time. And then last, building bridges, again, may be really obvious, but it takes a lot of time. So these meetings with the delivery team, they started last fall, and it was really quiet for the first few meetings. You could hear crickets. No one was willing to share. No one was willing to really speak up. So it took a couple of months, and now the chemistry is starting to develop. There's more sharing. There's more collaboration. We're connecting Parks' data with Public Works' data. Parks would like to align some of their tree plantings along newly installed sidewalks, and our Public Works Department would like to do the same. So they're starting to share data sets so they can plan better in the future. And so it's coming along, and in the next year, I anticipate a lot of great work coming from the city of San Antonio. And with that, I'll end and pass it back to you, Victoria. Thank you.
Thanks, Murray. And I really appreciate you sharing the lessons learned. Thanks for being so honest about it. I think it's important that other local governments here, they probably have the same experience, but you guys have been successful in moving that forward. So congratulations. We look forward to hearing more about the cool pavement pilots. We have a few minutes for Q&A, folks, and I know some of you have been entering them in, and the speakers have been kindly answering them directly. We are going to save the chat. So for everyone else to read the answers to those questions, but there are some that have just come in that haven't had a chance to be answered. So this, I guess, would be a question for Brianna and and Murray. Have you had any success with cool roofs and getting exemption or trouble with getting cool roofs with HOA rules that happen with how housing associations regulate things? Have you had any experience with barriers there? Or is that something that maybe the city can control with zoning in order to encourage cool roofs in areas despite what the homeowner association rules might be? So I don't know, Brianna or Murray, if you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah, this is Brianna. I think this is something that could be addressed at the city level. I know that with the city of Sacramento, they actually have a tree shading requirement that at least 50% of the parking lot must be shaded by trees, and they did that through their city code. So I think that would be a good route to go with something like that. I haven't had any experience with HOAs, but I can share that, yeah.
And I'll just add that aesthetics, unfortunately, is a big problem. People, for some reason, want the dark roofs, the black roofs. I don't understand it. But the good thing is there's more products coming on the market. So we work with the Cool Roof Rating Council to look at a variety of products. And we're also looking at updating our codes, whether the SRI is closer to 70, 80. We're not sure. That's something to be debated, but it can be tackled at the local level.
Great answers. And I would also add that I think promoting the energy savings benefits of cool roofs, and there is quantifiable information on that, so that might encourage the HOAs to do more with cool roofs because of the way that people can save money on their utility bills in most parts of the US. Thank you, guys. Hunter, I'll send it over to you for the next question.
Yeah, why don't we go back up to this one that I see a little higher. So this is, I think, to Juan Pablo and Rafa, did you evaluate every neighborhood in Washington, D.C.?
Well, that's a great question. We didn't do a complete analysis, or at least something that we have published yet, in terms of every single neighborhood. First, it's a little bit harder to define a neighborhood because there are many definitions of what a neighborhood is. So what we actually used was the US Census tracts for this kind of analysis. I know Rafa and also you, Hunter, have been working on a dashboard that will pair those with different things. Something that we have done is try to use that to find for example, that's how we find the richest neighborhood and the poorest neighborhood, and that's the way that we try to analyze that. However, I think those dashboards will be a much more useful tool and try to actually find pinpoint information about specific neighborhoods.
Very good. Thank you.
And just to add to that, this analysis with block groups from the census data, we've performed that on all the cities so that we can just kind of like dig in a little bit more into all those cities.
Great. And we can drop a link directly to that tool in a moment.
Thank you. The next question I think, Brianna, this would be for you. You are a metropolitan air quality management district, which I'm not sure people, we don't have a lot of those on the East Coast. If you could answer, what is your interest as an air quality regulatory entity in Heat Islands? What brought you to that topic, and how does it fit in with your overall mission for your main charge with air quality?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, our mission is really to reduce greenhouse gas emissions as well as air toxics. So what we want to do is be able to connect the dots between heat and emissions from cars, emissions from electricity generation. All of those things can also impact air quality. So what we want to do is reduce heat so that we can see some improvements in air quality. And we do that by helping other jurisdictions meet their air quality standards, the national and local standards. So that's our main goal and mission.
Great, thanks.
All right, I think I might see one in here that came in a little bit later from Emma, which I believe was a question to Murray about how you got the chemistry going, or if it was just time.
It was a combination of both. I think having our city manager's office act as the facilitator is really what got things going. So if people weren't willing to chime in, they were voluntold, and that was really helpful rather than us kind of putting the pressure on some departments to participate more. But yeah, I think it took about a couple months. We've had other delivery teams specifically for an energy policy or EV policy. And so we found the same. It takes some time, but if you have a good facilitator, that also is really helpful.
Awesome.
Great. I was just wondering if we have a question for Jarlath. We haven't asked him yet. Jarlath, you've been great about answering them directly in the chat. But maybe it seems like because trees are so complex, and it looks like a lot of the questions are, it's not straightforward to assess or decide where to put policies. It is a lot of the solutions are complex. There's gentrification, there's legal issues with trees. I guess, do you have any insights into sort of what are the things to keep in mind when people are trying to improve tree canopy in their city and not sort of get overly bogged down with doing it perfectly, analysis paralysis? I don't know if you have any thoughts on that at all.
Yeah, I think the most successful things I've seen, Victoria, in our communities are leading the way are those who see trees as essential infrastructure and not an afterthought, right? And then it becomes prioritized, and then it's taken care of, and it's really an asset. And especially when we're working in urban areas, I love a term I heard used in a book once, like street kids. Like, life is really rough for trees in urban areas, especially our street trees, but they're so crucial for not just cooling, but stormwater runoff and just well-being in general. And caring and managing for those is really, really important. And if we don't think of them as assets and we don't give the budgets to manage them and care for them like our roads, right, we're not going to be successful in ensuring a future. The best thing that you can do is maintain the tree canopy you have, because if you do that, it's going to grow. We often overemphasize tree plantings, and I think that comes at the expense of maintaining and caring for what we have.
That's a great answer. I like that. They are assets, and we often think of them as kind of nuisances sometimes, unfortunately, and they're totally not. So yeah, that's another reason why the virtual reality thing is really helpful, because it does sort of show you what it looks like from the air without trees as well. Oh, go ahead, Juan Pablo. Looks like you have something to add, which is just great. And wrapping up here.
No worries. I just wanted to ask a question to Jarlath. If, for example, something that was a little bit challenging for us in terms of the VR development was to actually find a layer that will represent the trees on the city. For example, the layer that we got only represents the trees that are maintained by the city of Washington, D.C. So, and you know, Washington, D.C. has so many different land owners, I would say, so we didn't have anything for federal lands or park or stuff like that. So it was really hard for us to try and find that data. I don't know if the project that you are working on will make easier for us, people like us, to try to find that data, pinpoint trees in specific places of the city and geolocate them.
Yeah, thanks, Juan Pablo. I really enjoyed your presentation and your work. And I was thinking, yes, let's get the trees in there. And so in the last year, the cities that we've mapped, and this includes Seattle, Cincinnati, Columbus, we've actually extracted from LiDAR data, and you need pretty decent LiDAR data to do this, but the individual trees and their locations and heights, and much like your app. So we've been able to bring those in to apps and then put the little virtual reality icons in there so that you can see them in 3D next to everything else. And I think it's really nice from an asset standpoint of understanding what you have, but also in your case, the visualization standpoint, because the old way of doing it, of going out with your mobile app and GPSing locations of your trees, that's great for your street trees and is very valuable. It's not good for doing every single tree in your city, at least not in our lifetimes.
Thank you.
Good point. Thank you, everyone. Thanks to Brianna, Murray, Jarlath, Juan Pablo, and Rafa. This was really an awesome session. We appreciate it. I don't know where the time has gone, folks, but we have one more little session. This is for us to present to you the strategic plan that all of us federal folks who've been involved in NIHHIS, led by our fearless leaders, NOAA and CDC, we've been putting together so that the government can have a coordinated effort to protect you all from heat. And so I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues, Julie Turton, Kim McMahon, and Paul Schramm to go over the plan so you all can learn about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria and Hunter and Kim and all for such an amazing session. Like the whole day has just been fascinating and full of energy. And I will say last year at NIHHIS National, we said we really couldn't do justice to the urban heat work, nor did we do justice to the communications. We did a better job, but we could have whole days devoted to how to communicate and do urban heat work. So really thank you all for an amazing day. We're going to, as Victoria set us up nicely to do, a quick overview of what we're doing in the strategic plan. Victoria mentioned that we as federal agencies saw the need many years ago when we created NIHHIS to coordinate better on heat work across the agencies and with non-federal partners. And a couple of years ago, we thought we really needed to sort of formalize our structure, since it is one of those issues that falls between the agency's missions and mandates across the board. We wanted to really sort of organize ourselves and build some sustainability across our institutions to continue this work for the long haul, and to find some avenues to engage more completely within the federal system, but also with the non-federal, the state, local, tribal, territorial partners, the NGOs, many of you on the phone and in our networks now. So this is a pretty high-level view, and I want to take a moment to thank Kim McMahon, my Weather Service colleague, and Paul Schramm, CDC. I think you know by now we've been leading this for a while, but leading this is leading nothing without the rest of the folks on the table here. So if you go to the next slide, Hunter's actually showing slides here, and we're going to try a Menti exercise here. So this is the rest of the team. So you might see the three of us on screen now, but this is the team that put together the strategic plan. The team that is even broader when you come to the full panoply of interagency partners and the communications working groups and the like. But these are the folks that were actually, at the table and then led the review process through their agency for the first round. So I just wanted to acknowledge everybody's time and effort in doing this. So thank you very much to all of the agencies. You'll see Health and Human Services we have a lot of different parts of Health and Human Services in the mix here, and we're really grateful for that. EPA, FEMA, OSHA, NOAA, of course. We actually, on the panel yesterday that Kristen Avert led, you noticed HUD. They're newish to this discussion with us. We also have partnerships with the Department of Transportation, General Services Administration, and NIST. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we did not really engage the international sector as much. We had Department of State involved in USAID, but we're going to be doing a deeper dive on that. So we did an amazing job, I think, but we're really looking to get some feedback from you. So I'm going to kind of fly through this and ask some questions. This is a very quick overview, so you know how we got here. We actually worked with a consulting organization, Lynn Carbone and Associates, to help us through all this last year. We started out with the background. They did a survey and stakeholder engagement. So before we ever went to the table, any of us, they put out a survey to networks. And some of you probably got this questionnaire so long ago you forgot, but there were 6 questions ranging from, you know, what do you think are the most important gaps? What do you think we should be doing? What are the research gaps? And what should NIHIS look like and accomplish over the next 3 years and over the next 10 to 20 years? So we had those kind of questions. We built a baseline going into a strategic planning meeting. We had a draft plan right before NIHIS National. Coming into NIHIS National last year, we took your input. We actually went into our interagency federal planning session. We came up with a plan by the end of August or so, September, I think, by the time it was finally done. We were reviewing that in our federal system for the first round, reaching the parts of the agencies that are not necessarily at the table all the time. And now here we are getting the last round of input from you. The next step is we will take what you say here. We have one more round of final review and clearance, and then it's out. We're also simultaneously already working on setting ourselves up to do the implementation plan. So that's the big picture. Next slide, please, Hunter. Skip that. They can find that. Those are the questions that we sent out. I figure I'd rather just get to this. So here's our vision and our mission: a heat resilient nation empowered to effectively address extreme heat and its impacts. That is not just a national goal. That is something the federal system can help with, but that takes all of us to do. And NIHIS's job, our mission, is to build the societal understanding of heat risks, develop science-based solutions, and improve capacity, communication, and decision-making with the end goal of reducing heat-related illness and death, period. Okay, next slide. All right, so here is our strategic plan. Goal 1 is basically science, society, science, solutions, and support. Goal 1. Basically, the reason that NIHIS is an integrated information system is that construct, which is the whole thing in and of itself, that whole point is to make sure that we are defining what we do as a federal government or the NIHIS partners by what the demand is. What decisions are we trying to make at what time scale, and what information do you need to be able to do that? So there's a lot in Goal 1 about understanding the problem, communication, partnerships. Goal 2 is really a little bit more about what kind of science, what kind of information do we need, observations, and I've got one slide on each of these. Goal 3 is how do we develop the right solutions and products and services, and Goal 4 is really the foundational support for NIHIS. This is things like funding and legislation and MOUs and capacity building and training programs and that sort of thing. So workforce development, the stuff you actually need to make this, viable and sustainable in the long run. Okay, next slide, Hunter. Okay, so this is our Menti code. If you would please go ahead, either scan or enter the Menti code, because we're going to ask you 4 questions. You got 4 opportunities to give some feedback here. 75468994. All right, and we can put that in the chat. All right, shall we move on, or do we need to leave that up a little longer?
It'll be in the chat. It'll also be on the screen again when we get to the questions. So I think we're okay. But yeah, go ahead and keep joining whenever you can.
All right. So just a little bit more depth, because it'll be easier for you to answer the questions if you know a little bit more about what we're talking about. Society. This is really understanding and defining the problem, using a community-based engagement approach. Includes raising awareness, but not just raising awareness about the problem, but really understanding what is the solution you need, tailored messaging, tailored needs, actually. What are the impacts, some of the economic stuff that we need to be able to articulate more clearly, that would fall under here. And then education. Again, the two-way street. We're not just educating people on the problem. There's a whole education and training component. There's educating the providers on what is needed. So education encompasses a pretty broad gamut of things in this one. This one is really about the engagement societies piece. So what heat impacts, so again, focusing on the nature of the problem and what therefore do we need to do in terms of research and solutions. What heat impacts to human, environment, or economy are of greatest concern to you or your community. And so you've got the Menti, I believe, in the chat, which I can see. All right, thanks for keeping it in the chat, you guys. What heat impacts are of greatest concern to you or your community? Urban heat. You guys have an unfair advantage having just like had the UHI session here. Workers, economic disparities. Yeah. We are going to capture these, by the way, so please do participate, because we'll take this and use this since we're shaping our final draft of our plan and our implementation plan, actually. If you go to menti.com on your phone or your computer and enter the code 75468994, should be able to get into the tool. Cascading, lots of workers, urban heat, cascading impacts, pollution burden. We don't hear a lot about that, but yeah. Multi-language. Thank you so much. Yeah, equal access to cooling and passive strategies. Lots of workers and workforce. Yeah. I will say there is a session right now in Geneva on maternal and child health and heat, which is part of why we chose not to do the international session right now, because there's a huge body of knowledge and concern about that specifically, and I think also with worker health. So, all right, you guys are great. Thank you so much for this feedback. Hopefully you're getting into the survey tool now. Okay. In the interest of time, I think if you keep entering, Hunter, can we go on to 2? Yeah, and then you can keep entering, or do you have to close it out for 2? Just even if you have to close it out, we do need to move on. So goal 2 is the science part. What are the research priorities? What kind of research? We've heard throughout the day some specifics actually, which are very helpful. We know we need more work on economic impacts, quantifying them, not just the direct effects, but the other effects and the cascading and compounding hazards. We've heard a lot about that. You'll hear more about that tomorrow. Infrastructure, and even some of the ecological. We haven't heard as much about that today. We've heard it in bits and pieces that, like in terms of infectious disease, but would love some input on that. The demonstration projects, those are in the plan. And I think our, the urban heat island work and some of the work that EPA is funding on urban heat, those have started out as demonstration projects, but I'm curious how effective those are, and if that's a good idea to get started on something new, what would be the focus of those. And then this is a huge category at the end, the data monitoring and observations. But the reality is that there's a lot of money going into data observations, monitoring, and prediction systems. And if we can't be clear about what we need to serve the health sector, that money is going to be spent on other things anyway. So the more we can be clear about what we need and the observations and tools and the forecasts and the products that we need to do it, the better off we'll be in helping use and leverage some of those resources on the data and ops side of things. And that includes the health surveillance. So, yep. What science questions do you need answered to better protect people, the environment, and the economy from heat? Menti again. I love that the Menti code's up there on the QR thing. Thank you, Hunter. Did you all get tired? Oh, there you go. Okay. Spatial differences, comorbidities. Mass casualty events. Again, a little bit of the cascading with the additive or additive or synergistic effects. I see that. Yeah, I feel the one on the economics a lot. We don't have a lot to make really strong cases for that, and yet people are still feeling the impacts. This is great. How to communicate non-native speakers, non-native English speakers. Yeah, the CBA for different cooling techniques. Okay. But yeah, better surveillance systems. I was wondering when that was going to come up, because the health part of this is certainly often challenging, as Paul well knows, lives in that space. Okay. All right, let's move on to, well, keep going. Yeah, move on to 3. If you've got anything to add, we'll give you one other option at the end here. So goal 3 is the delivery of services and solutions here. So obviously we have in the language an equity-based approach and some specifics of what that means. Is this like making sure that heat.gov is the federal, it's the entry portal. It's not supplanting other agencies, but if you need to figure out where to go, you've got an entry point, making it clear, providing planning and decision-making information, early warning systems, safety measures, all the way to infrastructure and built environment solutions. So that's really quite a broad gamut of things here. Hunter, why don't we go ahead? This is on the solution space, so let's go ahead with the Menti. I suspect people have a lot of things on their fingertips for this one. Okay, and one more Menti after this, if you can just hang on, folks. Let's see your solutions answers here. Resilience hubs, not a surprise. White roofs, excellent. One-stop shop for grants. We've tried. We're trying. We're trying to at least put the references for them all in one place. I will say we are actively working on that. Oh, these are amazing. Thank you. Resilience hubs again, better education for community members. Okay, that's actually important. Trying to figure out the right level of the target audiences we're serving is actually kind of complicated sometimes. So thank you for that. Okay, I know we're at 4, so keep them coming. If you have them and you haven't put them in, save them, because I'm going to give you a chance to send them to us separately also. Last one is, this one should be quick. This is supporting the foundations for NIHHIS. This is things like the interagency collaboration, communicating with Congress, legislation, policies, MOUs, importantly though, partnerships. And part of what we're doing, especially tomorrow, is with our state and local partners, and folks like CDC and HHS you heard today are really, and actually NOAA too, we all have multi-levels of engagement between federal, state, local, territorial, and tribal partners, and then the NGO community and the private sector. So one of our goals is to figure out how better to sustain the dialogue, so it's not you all come into a meeting once a year and then of us going off and doing our own things, but if we can have a little bit more of a network, part of what we're trying to do is create that space for dialogue here. So the partnerships one to me is as important as the legislative and the financial parts of it. You know, we have to have funding to do it, but we also really want the partnership piece to evolve. Ideally, we'd even be planning this meeting with, you know, the state and local communities next year or something. So we work on that. All right, as NIHHIS grows, what are the most pressing issues regarding extreme heat that should be addressed? This is in the support context. Regular dialogue with EJ and climate justice communities, absolutely. Capacity at the local level, would love to explore that some more. Okay. Regional workshops, okay. Perfect. All right. We are at 4:03, so I really hate to cut this off. 15 minutes was not, we had it at 30 and then we thought, no, we can do it in 15 and we were wrong. So excellent. Let's go to one more, the end slide here. I think that's it. Okay, so I already told you what we're going to do. Just in terms of this input's going to be taken into account, and we will be getting our final document done and doing our implementation plan. We actually do want to partner with you all and find some innovative ways to really sustain this more than just this one meeting and the meetings that we all individually do. So we'll work on that. Thank you very much. Back to Victoria and Hunter. Thank you, Paul and Kimberly. And thanks to all of you for your Menti questions. If you'll see there at the end, you can put comments into NIHHIS. It's a NIHHIS at NOAA@NIHHIS.gov. So please feel free, if you didn't get your Menti questions answered, shoot us an email until May 10th. We'll take input from this meeting on that. I'll try and post that in the chat here in a second. Okay, thank you guys.
Thanks, Julie. Thank you guys. Thanks everyone so much. I don't know where the time has gone, and I appreciate all of you guys staying on so long. We are at the end of day 2. We have one more day. Use the same link. Please come back tomorrow at 12 p.m. I'll let Hunter say a few words, but also I want to make sure again to give appreciation to Morgan Zabo and the CDC Environmental Health Nexus team. They have been furiously working behind the scenes to make this go smoothly. We couldn't do it without them. And of course, thank you to our moderators and panelists. I think this has been a fascinating day. What do you think, Hunter?
I couldn't agree more. I want to echo what you just said. Often behind the scenes, all the work is tough to see, but Morgan and the Environmental Health Nexus team at CDC and all the panel of folks from the NIHHIS Interagency working group that developed all the sessions together. Really wonderful talks today. Really enjoyed hearing everybody's perspectives, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow. And on that note, starting at noon Eastern tomorrow, NIHHIS National will have its 3rd and final day, where we'll focus on state, local, territorial, and tribal policies and practices in heat planning. So please join us again tomorrow. And if you didn't catch anything, if you missed something, there's always the YouTube video that's been recorded that will be available at heat.gov. See you then.
Have a good night, guys. Take care.